Good afternoon and welcome here to Goodekoons Field here on the campus of Taylor University for today's softball doubleheader between number 6 Marian and the Taylor Trojans, who are receiving votes in the most recent top 25 poll. Marian Knights come in with a 20-6 overall record. Taylor at 19-7. First pitch is upstairs for a ball. Leading it off is number 30 Savannah Harwager, the shortstop. Second one fouled straight back, and the count is 1-1. The starting pitcher for the Taylor Trojans today is number 32 Maddie Evans, the 5-foot junior right-hander, coming off of her best start as a collegian, recording her first collegiate no-hitter Saturday at Goshen, where she struck out a career-high 16. Swing and a miss as Harwager tried to slap her way on, and after an opening pitch ball, it's a quick 1-2 count in favor of the right-hander Evans. Taylor 6-2 here on the home field this year. Marian 9-5 on the road. At the knees, got her looking in a perfect way to start the game off. A looking strike for 32 in white with purple pinstripes. So Evans comes in with 112 strikeouts now after the first one here. She's now 3 away from moving into the top 5 in the single-season all-time record books. Down the middle for a called strike to the second baseman, Cassidy Cadle, this week's Crossroads League Player of the Week. With a 16 Ks, Evans passed former softball pitcher and former Taylor Athletics employee Jess Fankhauser for 6 all-time. This one lifted out of play to the right. Quickly 0-2 to Cadle. Cadle went 10 for 19 at the plate last week, hitting .526 with 2 doubles, 2 triples, and drove in 7. As Marian went 5-1 last week. 0-2 ground ball right back up the middle. Cadle stays hot, and then 1-out singles. Got the first base runner on today here for Marian. Nice simple swing there from Cadle. Plays it right back up through the heart of the Taylor defense. The outfield behind Evans today, Aaliyah Rostetter in left, Lexia Bruzzo in center, Caitlin Grims in right. Taylor Wilson's at third, Emma West at short. First pitch here hits the outside corner for a called strike to Shelby Stotts, the left fielder. Kara Tucker's at second, Krista Mahalik at first, and Ashton Whitman is behind the plate. A strike to the righty Stotts, this one up high from Evans, ball 1. Cadle, a good base stealer, 4 for 4 on the year. Marian as a team has only been caught stealing twice. They're 44 for 46 on the bases this season. 1 out, no score, top of the first, a late swing, and coming up missing will be Stotts. She falls behind 1-2. You can hear that wind screaming out towards center field. It's been that way the whole day. It's oscillating between dead center and a little bit to left center, but anything in the air is going to carry a lot today, and Evans takes a little bit off. This one called at the knees for strike 3. Her second looking K here of the early going, and there are 2 outs for Marian in the top of the first. And the batter will be the catcher, Reagan Hyatt, 5'8" freshman from New Palestine, Indiana. The runner is Cottle over at first after a 1-out single. 2 outs on the board, no score. Right at the letters for a called strike on the outside half from the righty Evans. With those 16 Ks, Evans passed Jess Fankhauser for 6th all-time. Again, she came in now 2 away from Hannah Robbins for the 5th most in a season. Off speed inside for ball 1, 1-1. Robbins achieved that mark of 114 strikeouts during the 2014 campaign. The 1-1. Upstairs, snagged by Whitman, 2-1. First time all afternoon that Evans has fallen behind a batter here today. Hyatt comes in batting .208. She struggled in the doubleheader against Mount Vernon Nazarene Saturday that Marian split. She went 0 for 7 with 3 strikeouts. 2 outs, runner on here. Swing and a miss by the Marian catcher, and the count levels at 2-2. The loss for Marian in the second game of that doubleheader against Mount Vernon Nazarene, their first league loss of the year. They sit at 9-1, first in the Crossroads League. Taylor tied for 3rd at 7-3. The 2-2. High and away, swing and a miss as Evans gets 3 more Ks. She is now tied with Hannah Robbins for the 5th most strikeouts in a single season. We head to the bottom of the first after this.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Bottom of the first, no score after Evans strikes out all three batters that she needs in the top of the first. As Marian strands one, Emma West will lead it off for the Trojans. Here she squares off with the left-hander, Sydney Wilson. And the first one taken right down the middle for a called strike. Wilson on the year, 5'9". She got the win in Game 1 Saturday at Mount Vernon Nazarene. Against Mount Vernon Nazarene. She has an 8-4 overall record. A little half swing to center field, drops in for a short single on a half swing from Emma West, and the Trojans had the leadoff batter on to start, as Emma West now gets her hit in 3 straight games. To finish that thought on Sydney Wilson, 8-4 overall record, a 2.76 ERA. She's held batters to a 275 average this season. In 76 innings this year, 33 strikeouts, but 21 walks. As Tucker shows bunt, pulls back on a one up high. That brings in the corner infielders, which are Caitlin Phillips at third and Sierra Norman at first. Reagan Hyatt's the catcher. Savannah Harwager is the shortstop. Cassidy Cadle, the second baseman. And then outfield from left to right is Shelby Stotts, Lainey Horan, and Abby Wyrie. That pitch up high darts back in towards Tucker as she shows bunt for a second time. And the count is 2-0 in the second baseman's favor. Tucker had a 2-for-7 doubleheader against Goshen on Saturday. 2-0 here, sits back on a ball up high. Now 3-0 as that one is above the letters. A leadoff single for West has got the Trojans with a base runner on, no score, with nobody gone here in the top of the first inning. 3-0 from Wilson. Tucker taking the whole way, belt high inside half, makes it 3-1. Tucker batting .329 in her senior campaign, has hit her first 2 home runs of her career in the last week, including the last time she was here at home. 3-1 to the outside corner, called for strike 2. And the count has run full after Wilson threw the first 3 pitches out of the zone to Tucker, who showed bunt on the first 3. Payoff pitch with West at first, nobody gone. Tucker hard hit left side right to Phillips. High throw and sliding underneath the leaping Cadle will be West. She's safe on a high throw from Phillips. Fielder's choice gets Tucker over to first. But a high throw from Phillips as she tried to turn 2. It pulled Cadle into the sky. Sliding underneath safely is West, and the first two batters have reached base safely here for Taylor. And then brings up Ashton Whitman, who bunts. This one right back up the middle. Excellently done by Whitman. Sends it down to first, does Wilson. And the sacrifice bunt from the Trojan catcher brings up Kanai with runners in scoring position at second and third in a quick-moving bottom of the first. The batter will be Lauren Kanai with one out and runners at second and third. She shows a bunt. This one into the air, diving and making the catch is Sierra Norman at first. As Kanai got too far underneath of it, they tried to work the squeeze bunt with the speedy West over at third base. It comes up empty, and now it'll be Kristen Mahalik trying to drive in some runs here after the Trojans had things cooking with the first two base runners reaching safely. But there's two outs here for Mahalik, the first baseman. The lefty Wilson comes home. That one darts in on the outside corner for a strike. It was a rough start for Wilson. Gave up the leadoff single, then looked like an opportunity to turn two. Comes inside with a breaking ball, misses the zone 1-1. And then the Trojans have given Marian two gifts, a sac bunt, but then an excellent diving catch from Norman, the first baseman, on the Kanai bunt try. Mahalik right back up the middle, charging is Harwager on to first, and the Trojans will go quietly after a hot start here in the bottom of the first. They leave two stranded at second and third. We head to the top of the second with no score between Taylor and Marian here on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Taylor leaves two stranded at second and third. Not what you want to do against the sixth-ranked team in the country. No scores. We start the top of the second. Upstairs, as Evans will fire a fastball up high to Sierra Norman, who had a stellar diving catch. As the Trojans tried to get a sacrifice squeeze bunt in, but it was unsuccessful thanks to the diving catch from Norman at first. Dropping it in there is Evans, but up high again, 2-0. Evans with 3 strikeouts in the first inning. She's one away from moving into 5th place on the single-season strikeout record book, passing Hannah Robbins. But she's down to the count 2-0 here, and now 3-0 as that one misses low to the first baseman, Norman. Norman, 5'8" freshman from Columbus, Indiana, was 1 for 5 in the doubleheader against Mount Vernon on Saturday. She's batting .260 in her freshman season. Up high, that's a 4-pitch walk. Second base runner on here for Marian. Nobody gone in the second with no score. That is the one slight against Evans this season. That was the 50th walk she's allowed to go with those now 114 strikeouts. But a lot of walks from Evans this year. Had none, or only had 2 against Goshen Saturday when she dealt the no-hitter. Bunt here, this one into the air. Whitman can find it. She makes the easy catch right behind home plate. And after Cush watched the Trojans have poor bunts in the bottom of the first, she gives the Trojans the gift here. Trying to move Norman to second, she's unsuccessful, getting too far underneath the low pitch from Evans. A pop-up on the bunt, there's one gone, and here's Lainey Horen, the center fielder. She shows bunt, right down the middle is Evans for a called strike to the center fielder, Horen. Horen 0 for 3 against Mount Vernon Nazarene Saturday. Comes into the day batting a fantastic .443. She's got Norman at first after the leadoff walk to the outside corner. Whitman can't bring it back into the zone. Low and away to the lefty, 1-1. That wind continues to now scream out towards left field as it's shifting ever so much between center and dead left. 1-1. Chopping it back into the screen. On a rise ball is Horen. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Horen with a double and 5 runs batted in as she bats out of the 6th spot here this afternoon. Norman at first, 1 out, scoreless top of the second. Swing and a miss on the slapper Horen, and she's down on strikes. And that moves Maddie Evans for the 5th most strikeouts in a single season by a Taylor pitcher. So she passes Hannah Robbins, who had 114 in her 2014 campaign. Big cut from Abby Wyrie. She will swing and miss. And now Evans sets her sights on Hannah Klebsidel's also 2014 mark, when both Klebsidel and Robbins dealt over 100 strikeouts that season. Second one, high and away, 1-1. Wyrie comes in batting .403. Had a single hit in both games against MVNU Saturday. Runner at first, 2 outs, scoreless top of the second. Little nubber right side off the end of the bat from Wyrie. She falls behind 1-2. That 2014 team loaded with talent. They won the Crossroads League regular season and tournament championship, broke all sorts of records, and were the first team in Taylor history to make the national tournament. 1-2, high and away from the righty Wyrie, 2-2. So Robbins had 114 strikeouts in her freshman season. Klebsidel, as a junior, was up over 120. 2-2, swing and a miss, and Evans dealing here in the top of the second. She leaves another one stranded at first. We're through 1.5. Here from Gudekunst Field, it's 0-0 between Taylor and number 6 Marian.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria, it's our taste.
Taylor's played very well here in the first inning and a half. They left, though, 2 runners stranded at second and third in the bottom of the first. Evans locked and loaded in the circle with 5 strikeouts already through 2 innings. And Aaliyah Roster, the left fielder, will lead off the bottom of the second against Sydney Wilson. The lefty drops in a strike. And the bottom of the second is underway. 6, 7, 8 coming up for Taylor here in the second. Rossiter, Evans, and then Caitlin Grimm. Second one sits back on one that darts back over the plate at the last moment. Rossiter fouls it away to the right. No balls, 2 strikes. Rossiter went 0 for 2 with the walk and a strikeout in game 1 against Goshen on Saturday. That was the only game that she participated in. Third one, off the handle of the bat, right back up third base side. Phillips Fields fires a low one, but the play will be blown dead as they'll say that the ball hit off of Rostetter inside the box. She'll jog back. It'll be a foul ball, and we'll have another 0-2 pitch here to the Trojan left fielder. That play blown dead early by our field umpire here this afternoon. Wind continues to howl out towards center field. The 0-2 again to Rossiter from Wilson. Up high, good eye, as that one had some pace and some movement from the lefty Wilson, 1-2. Both teams wearing white this afternoon. Marian with the yellow numbers and yellow letters, 1-2. Ground ball right side. One hops into Norman. She'll field and step on the bag at first. Rossiter down, 1 gone here in the home half of the second for Taylor. It'll be Maddie Evans trying to help out her own cause here. The Trojans in their white uniforms with the purple pinstripes and the purple numbers and purple letters. So we'll see what Evans can do trying to help out her own cause. She was 1 for 4 against Goshen Saturday in the 2 games. Wilson misses up high, 1-0. Evans just below 300, coming in at 293. 22 hits, 7 doubles, and tied for the team lead with 4 home runs. Second one from the lefty Wilson, right down Main Street, belt high, makes it 1 strike and 1 ball. Nobody on with 1 out here in the bottom of the first. We are scoreless. 1-1, high and away. Eye level at the 5-foot Evans, 2-1. Maddie slugging .547 this year. She's driven in 22 runs for the Trojans this season. Trying to get on here with 1 out, no one on. Hard hit left side. She'll pull it foul, and the count squares to 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes. As the 2 pitchers lock horns here with nobody on the bases and 1 out in the second. Hard hit towards the gap in right center field. Wiry comes in. She's called off and actually comes in and makes the catch. Cassidy Cadle, the second baseman, was out there as well, but Wiry comes in, makes the grab. That one might have gotten caught in the air just a little bit. 2 up and 2 down as Evans gives a quick scouting report to Caitlin Grimm.
Now batting number 14, Caitlin Grimm.
Wilson trying to retire her 6th straight batter in a row. Grimm will swing at the first one and lifts it high in the air. Coming in is Phillips from third. She's in the circle, makes the catch, and the Trojans will go down in order here in the bottom of the second. We're through 2. Number 6, Taylor nothing, or number 6, Marian nothing, Taylor nothing here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body. And its favorite place to be is home. Marian General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place.
No score. We're through
MGH.
2 innings as the wind picks up to the strongest it's been all day. That American flag in center field is being pulled on every fiber of the cord that holds it on to the flagpole in dead center. 9, 1, and 2 due up for Marian here in the top of the third with no score. Caitlin Phillips lefty swing, and it'll go just wide of the third base area with Taylor Wilson, 0-1. Phillips the third baseman today for Marian. Then we'll go back to the top of the order with Harwager and Cadle. 1 hit for each team. Marian with 2 base runners in total with a walk last inning, but no one has gotten past first base. Second one, heck swing, snagged out of the air by Taylor Wilson at third. She threw that gloved left hand out of there and takes a single away from Phillips. 1 up and 1 down here in the third.
Now batting number 30, Savannah Harwood.
Some good contact as the lefty Phillips tried to go opposite way, but Wilson had other ideas. Now we go back to the top of the order and Savannah Harwager. First pitch swing, and she'll golf it backwards and foul. Harwager 0 for 1 here this afternoon, struck out looking against Evans to lead the game off. But Harwager made a fantastic play at short to end the Trojan hopes in their first 2 times at the plate. Trying to bring it back to the knees was Whitman, could not on one low and away, 1-0 to Harwager. Harwager, the sophomore from Seymour, Indiana, down south, had a great game, too, against Mount Vernon Nazarene Saturday, going 3 for 4. Check swing here. It'll bounce foul at the third base line for strike number 2. Harwager had a hit in both games against the Cougars, going 1 for 2 in the opener, then 3 for 4 in the nightcap. She's a former Crossroads League Player of the Week, first one of the year back on March 1st. Down to the count 1-2 with nobody on. Swings and misses at 1 low. Good snag by Whitman to keep it off the dirt. 6th K of the afternoon for Maddie Evans as she is locked and loaded. Trying to get her first 1-2-3 inning here to end the third.
Now batting number 12, Cassidy Cadle.
Second strikeout of the day by Harwager. And it'll be Cadle stepping in, trying to extend the top of the third. She'll swing and miss at 1 high for strike number 1. So far, Cadle the only one to get a hit off of Evans here this afternoon. A single that was right back up the middle. Wind picks up, the 0-1 pitch. Evans loops that one up high, 1-1. Cadle batting an even .400 as play begins today with a team best 11 doubles. The 1-1. Evans right at the knees, nicely thrown by Evans for a called strike 2. No score, nobody on top of the third as Evans tries to retire the side in order for the first time here this afternoon. Fourth one, lifted into the air towards the right side of the infield. Coming in, Tucker running hard. She will not be able to make the sliding catch in the circle. And in there with a second single will be Cadle That wind held the ball in the air, blew it back in towards the pitcher's circle. And Cadle on for the second time today, this one with an infield single that got caught in that gnarly wind that's been swirling all afternoon. And the batter will be Shelby Stotts. Righty versus righty. Right down Main Street, belt high for a called strike. Stotts 0 for 1 today. Tough play there for Tucker. She had to sprint with her heart out coming from the second base area and just missed a basket catch. High and away from Evans to the righty Stotts, 1-1. Stotts 422 average, 29 driven in, slugging .675 with 12 extra base hits on the year. Evans keeps it low and away. Stotts holds her left hand in the air to keep the speedy Cadle over at first, who is 4 for 4 on stolen base tries this season. 2-1 after the single to the infield got caught in the wind. Swung on and sent out a play to the right. 2-2 the count, with 2 outs and a runner still at first, as Marian tries to break our scoreless deadlock right here in the top half of the third inning. Number 6 Knights against the receiving votes Taylor Trojans, who come in third in the Crossroads League, just 2 games back of this Marian club. 2-2 in the dirt, covered up by Whitman, and the count will run full for the first time today for a Marian batter. Lurking on deck is Reagan Hyatt, the catcher. Payoff from Evans. Down the middle, hit hard towards center. Abruzzo's got a beat on it. West goes back in. There's communication. It'll be caught by Rostetter. That thing tried to bounce out of her mid as she had to fight the wind. But the Trojans will leave a runner stranded. We head to the bottom of the third with still no score between Taylor and number 6 Marian.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
No score through 2.5 as Taylor Wilson will bat for the first time today, batting out of the number 3 spot after the Trojans got runners at first and second the first 2 times they got to the plate, as Wilson takes a pitch on the outside corner for a strike on a beautiful spinning pitch from Wilson. The last 6 have been retired in order, one via sacrifice bunt, the other by, and everything else, via the Marian defense. Wilson, ground ball to the left side. There's Harwiger at short, fields a high throw. Wilson will scamper underneath for an infield single as Harwiger had to field that one from deep in the hole. Her high looping throw allowed Wilson to scamper underneath. She beat the throw with ease, and the Trojans' second hit of the day will bring back the top of the order for Emma and Emma West. In a scoreless bottom of the third.
Now batting number 5.
Taylor trying to knock off the 6th-ranked Marian Knights. West chokes up, ground ball to the left side. Phillips will not try to turn 2, she'll get the easy out at first. And it'll work just like a sacrifice bunt, move Wilson up to second base on the ground out 5-3. So we'll see as West is congratulated. Joyfully, she comes back to her own dugout to our left. Let's see what Tucker can do here at the plate with a runner in scoring position. First pitch knifes back in up high, 1-0. Tucker 0 for 1 on the afternoon, reached on the fielder's choice as Phillips did try to get West out at second back in that first inning, but threw the ball high for an error. Second one from Wilson, darts in for strike number 1, 1-1. Tucker 5 doubles in the first 2 career home runs coming in a 3-game span. Hard hit left side, ducking out of the way is Ashton Whitman. Strike number 2 to Tucker, 1 ball, 2 strikes. It was the home run here for Tucker, the first of her career against Grace, and she came out in Game 2 against Huntington just the very next day. for a home run. Up the middle, snagged by the pitcher Wilson. She'll pirouette and throw to first. Wilson will move down to third. Excellent play by Sydney Wilson in the circle for Marian just to throw that glove out there. Takes a hit away from Tucker. If Wilson in the circle doesn't get that one, you easily could see Taylor Wilson trying to score on the ball that would probably be landing softly into center field right now. But the Trojans have a runner at third for the second time today. Here's Ashton Whitman. First pitch, big swing, and she'll come up empty as the bottom drops out underneath that one. Good looking pitch from Sydney Wilson in the circle. Whitman trying to hit that one to the moon, and the bottom dropped out. Second one to the outside corner, misses its mark, 1-1. Whitman batting for the second time. No official at bat. She had the sacrifice bunt to move the runners to second and third in the first. Third one, foul tips it in the glove of Hyatt, who holds on to it for strike two. Good healthy cut there from Ashton Whitman, who's having her best season as a collegian, batting .317. 1-2, away to the opposite batter's box. Good eye from Whitman, 2-2. A leadoff single for Taylor Wilson, then she's moved her way all over to third as Taylor tries to strike first here in the bottom of the third with 2 outs. Inside pitch, Whitman swings and misses. Wilson gets her first strikeout of the day, and the Trojans leave another runner stranded at third. We are through 3. No score between Taylor and number 6 Marian here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Through 3 here from Gudekunst Field. We're still in search of our first run of the afternoon, with 2 teams that come in averaging over 5 runs per ball game, each identically at 5.5 per game. Number 6 Marian receiving goes Taylor. Top of the 4th, and the catcher Reagan Hyatt will get things going. Chokes up a little bit. First pitch from Evans, inside, off speed, drops in off the mark, 1-0. Evans with 6 Ks already throughout the afternoon. She's already passed Hannah Robbins for 5th most in a single season strikeouts-wise, now closing in on Hannah Klepsidel. There's still some room to get to that mark. The 1-0 finds the knees on the outer half, 1-1. Good job by Whitman to frame that pitch. Reagan, one of the 6 strikeout victims for Evans today. She struck out swinging to end the bottom of the first, or top of the first. Off the end of the bat here, it'll tail out a play to the right over everyone's heads, and it lands foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hyatt, a 5'8 freshman from New Palestine, Indiana, the former Dragon, batting .208 this year with 2 doubles and 2 home runs, which is in a little bit of a rut here. She's now struck out 4 times in her last 3 games. Off the end of the bat here, that one catches the netting, still 1-2. She was 0 for 7 in the 2 games against Mount Vernon Nazarene at Marian on Saturday, with 3 strikeouts against the Cougars that day. She's got 1 strikeout to her name here. She leads off the top of the 4th. That is scoreless. Evans readies. Off speed, sitting on it and grounding it to the left, foul will be Hyatt. Had to wait for that slow moving pitch from the righty Evans to float its way in. She turned on it. It's a hair too early and pulled it as a ball width foul up the third base line. Wind continues to swirl, ripping any piece of loose clothing or loose hair that is not tied down here this afternoon from Upland, Indiana. Hyatt chokes up considerably, 1-2. Swings and misses at 1 on the outside corner. There's K number 7 for Maddie Evans today. Had 16 in the no-hitter Saturday. She's got 7 already on the board here. And there's one gone for Marian in the top of the fourth with no score. And he'll bring up the first baseman, Sierra Norman. Norman, big swing and a miss, and the first baseman comes up empty. Norman walked her first time up to lead off the second, then she was stranded there. 3 base runners all day for the Knights. None have gotten past first. 0-1 in the dirt, smothered up by Whitman, 1-1. Norman, the 5'8 freshman from Columbus, Indiana. Batting .260 this year with 6 doubles, a triple, and a home run. And the walk early in the game was her 11th drawn this season. Hits one here, but will send it foul up and away. And she falls behind 1-2. Evans efficient through 97 pitches through those 7 innings Saturday at Goshen. That one is number 55 on the afternoon. Nobody on, 1 out, 1-2. Oh, almost going after it was Norman. She wanted to swing so bad, but she held the bat back, and thankfully for her, she did. 2-2, she was backing away, thought about throwing her hands at it, thought better of it. And the count's now 2-2. And the pitch from Evans. High and away, hard hit towards Tucker. Backhand stop at second, on to first. Nicely done by Tucker at second. And there are 2 down for the Knights here at the top of the fourth as Tucker flashes the leather over at second. A surgical-like precision from the Taylor Trojans here this afternoon. The DP, Sarah Cush, will try to get a longer at-bat than what she did the first time, which lasted only 1 pitch. And it will. She'll get at least 2 pitches as the first one from Evans is up and away for a ball. It was Cush trying to move Norman over in the second with a sacrifice bunt. She got way too much underneath of it, popped it straight into the air, and it was easy work for Whitman, the Taylor catcher, behind home. Second one to Cush. She'll swing and miss, spins her around 180 degrees, strike 1. Cush, the 5'3 senior from Martinsville, Indiana. Her pal Meredith Deckard watching her from the stands. 1-1. Swing and a miss from Cush, 1-2. Deckard, a fantastic 3-point shooter for the Taylor women's basketball team, but she was donning a Marian softball shirt. We have to take that up with Miss Deckard after the game. 1-2. Evans trying to get her first 1-2-3 inning of the day. Cush will lift it into the air. Tucker backing into the short outfield grass. She'll make the catch above her head, and Marian goes down in order here in the fourth. We're halfway home from Gudekunst Field. No score between Taylor and number 6 Marian here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Let's go. Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Zero as we get ready to start things here in the bottom of the fourth for the designated player Lauren Kanai. The heart of the order up here for the Trojans, 4, 5, and 6. As Sydney Wilson, the starter in the circle for Marian, has been crazy efficient. Ball low and away here to Kanai. That was just her 36th pitch through 3 innings and 1 pitch. She's allowed 2 runs, or 2 hits, I should say, off speed down the middle, taken for a strike. The Trojans have gotten some runners in scoring position, 3 of them to be exact, 2 at third and 1 at second. But still a big old goose egg up there on the board. Kanai trying to change out a line drive in the left, catch by Stotts, made off of her left hip. Good contact from Kanai, but right towards where Stotts was standing. 1 gone here for Taylor as Kanai 0 for 2 here on the afternoon. And she'll give a quick scouting tip to her former travel ball teammate Kristen Mahalik, who steps in. Mahalik from Canton, Michigan, and Kanai from Grand Rapids. At the knees, outside corner, 0-1 to Mahalik on a looking strike. In case you're wondering, Taylor has played in 6 one-run games this year. Off speed down the outside half, 0-2 to Mahalik. Taylor 3-3, Marian 2-3 in one-run games this year, but both teams have played double-figure games decided by 3 runs or less, which is what we seem to be destined towards here this afternoon. Third one to Mahalik on the outside corner for ball 1. 1 out, no score, bottom of the 4th, nobody on. Mahalik a check swing at one that was about the ankle tops. It'll squirt foul to the right. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes. With Aaliyah Rostetter, the left fielder, awaiting on deck. A win today by the Trojans will be their biggest one of the year. 1-2, down the middle, and Mahalik will golf it foul, still 1-2. Taylor knocked off and swept number 17 College of Idaho in Arizona back in January. We're trying to get a benchmark win here this afternoon. 1-2, Mahalik sits on the changeup. It floats in by Wilson that just catches the top of the knees. Second K for Sydney Wilson, and the Trojans in danger of going down in order for the second time here this afternoon, as Mahalik is now 0 for 2 on the day.
Now batting number 16, Leah Rostetter.
First one to the left fielder, Leah Rostetter. Wilson brings the heat for a letters high fastball for a strike. Rostetter grounded out to Norman at first, her first time and only time up today. Second one, knees for a strike. Rostetter disagrees, kind of paused before stepping out of the box. And Rostetter quickly falls behind 0-2. As Sydney Wilson looking for her second 1-2-3 inning of the afternoon. She's also trying to retire her 6th batter in a row, and that one catches the outside corner. Rostetter can't believe it, as that breaking ball just nicks the farthest edge of the corner of the plate. Wilson with her 3rd K. She's now retired 6 in a row, and we are still scoreless between Taylor and number 6 Marian after 4 here in the opener of the doubleheader from Gudekunst Field.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
A fun one brewing here from Gudekunst Field between Taylor and number 6 Marian. No score through 4. Just 2 hits aside. Marian has gotten 3 base runners in total. The Trojans have had their 3 base runners as well. Trying to show a bunt is Horen. This one low and away from Evans to the lefty for a ball. Horen struck out swinging her first time up. That was back in the 2nd. Strikeout moved Evans to 5th. Most strikeouts in a single season. Horen swings and misses at 1 up high, trying to slap her way on. 1 ball, 1 strike. Horen, the 5th-year senior, transferred from Indiana State. But after COVID-19 canceled last season, Horen, the only one from last year's seniors that decided to come back to Marian. They had a star-studded group of seniors a season ago. Third one to Horen, low and away, 2 balls and a strike. 0-0 as we start playing the top of the 5th. Horen trying to find her way on for the first time today. 4th one, bunt again. Whitman trying to bring it back above the knees, could not. And it's now 3-1. If Horen could walk here, she'd be the 2nd Marian player to lead off an inning with a walk, following Norman back in the 2nd. The 3-1 from Evans. Horen swings and fouls it back for strike 2 to make the count full. 7, 8, and 9 coming up for the Knights, who are clad in white this afternoon. Wiry and Phillips to follow. They'll go lefty-righty and then lefty again against the right-handed throwing Evans. Payoff pitch. Horen swings down the left field line, tailing foul as Rostetter gave chase. Too far for her to make an effort at it, and it's still full. The count, that is. Evans has retired 4 in a row after sitting the Knights down in order back in the 4th. Another payoff pitch to Horen, the lefty. Off the end of the bat towards Rostetter and left. She'll check up, and that'll be the 3rd hit of the day here for Marian. A leadoff single for Lainey Horen. It's got a runner at first with nobody out in the top of the 5th in a scoreless contest. Marian trying to get their first base runner past first base here this afternoon. The batter here will be Wyrie, showing a bunt into the air, trying to catch it with the Trojans. Coming in as Mahalik snags it over the 5-foot Evans. There was a whole lot of commotion as Taylor Wilson, the third baseman, the first baseman, Mahalik, and Evans, the pitcher, all came in. And thankfully for Mahalik, Evans is 5 feet tall. She was able to pick the ball above her head like an apple off the tree. But another poor bunt here by Marian, trying to move a runner over. Produces an out. And the batter will be Caitlin Phillips, a lefty. Outside corner, missing high for a ball. Late bunt shown by the slapping Phillips. And now we'll see how close Taylor Wilson can play in from third. It's a leadoff single for Lainey Horen and a scoreless top of the 5th with 1 out. Both teams have had some poor bunts this afternoon that have led to easy outs. Second one to Phillips. She'll swing away, ground ball to West at third. It's short. On to second, they get 1. Tucker will eat the ball there. Did not want to risk it. Good wheels by Phillips. The fielder's choice has got her at first. But the force out puts 2 outs on the board here for Marian in a 0-0 top half of the 5th inning.
Now batting number 30, Savannah Harwood.
Phillips with that excellent speed out of the left-handed batter's box prevents the Trojans from trying to turn 2. Back to the top of the order, and Savannah Harwager. Low and away, runner goes. No one covers second base. Whitman throws it into center field. Backing up is Abruzzo. Neither West nor Tucker came to cover second. Whitman threw it anyway. Nobody was home. And in there safely is a stolen base for Caitlin Phillips. Phillips now 5 for 5 on stolen bases this season. The pitch to the plate was a strike to Harwager. And for the first time all day, Marian has a runner at second base. With excellent speed in Phillips. So you want to make sure Harwager doesn't get one to the outfield here. 2 outs on the board in the 5th. Looping it in for strike 2 as Evans as that freezes Harwager. Harwager 0 for 2 today, the victim of a looking and a swinging strikeout. 0-0. The go-ahead run is Phillips at second after the stolen base. Wind blows hard out towards left field. 0-2. Harwager almost chased one low and away. She held the bat on her left shoulder. And it's ball 1 to make the count 1-2. A couple of different tantalizingly close pitches that Evans has almost got the Marian batters to bite on, but they've more often than not checked up. The 1-2. Low and away. This time Harwager goes around and Evans is pumped as she skips off the circle after her 8th K of the afternoon. We head to the bottom of the 5th with still no score here from Gudekunst Field.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
So can the pitcher help out her own cause? The lead off the 5th goes after the first one does Maddie Evans, the Taylor pitcher, and it'll tail foul. 7, 8, 9 coming up for Taylor as Evans got a swinging strikeout. She now has 8 on the afternoon in the circle. Marian got their first runner to second and left her stranded there. We're scoreless in the bottom of the 5th. Down the middle, but below the knees of the 5-foot Evans for ball 1, 1-1. Maddie 0 for 1 today, flew out to Abby Wyrie in right. And Cindy Wilson has gotten better as this game has gone on. She's now retired 6 batters in a row. 1-1, Evans sits on a changeup, lifts it backwards, foul, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ever since that leadoff single by Taylor Wilson, Cindy Wilson has retired the last 3 batters in a row, or 6 batters in a row. And only one of those had some really solid contact. That was Kanai to lead off last inning. 1-2. Evans, solid contact, blooping in but covering it. Will be Harwager at short, makes the catch behind second base as that one got caught on the handle by Maddie Evans. So make it 7 in a row retired by Sydney Wilson, and the game remains scoreless for Caitlin Grimm.
Now batting number 14, Caitlin Grimm.
Grimm 0 for 1 today, went just 1 for 6 against Goshen Saturday. Fastball down the middle for a strike. But that one hit for Grimm, a big one, her first collegiate home run, a solo shot in the top of the third up in Goshen on Saturday. S. Wilson quickly working here. This one darts in, just missing its mark, as Sydney Wilson has got some super late action on those pitches here this afternoon. Lefty versus lefty with one gone in the fifth. Grimm scoots back. This one nicks the corner at the letters for strike 2. On a good pitch from Sydney Wilson. 5'9" junior out of Newburgh, Indiana, and Castle High School. Fourth one to Grimm. She'll foul it off the end of the bat, staying alive as that one was darting towards the opposite corner from the lefty Grimm. That was just pitch number 55 for Sydney Wilson here today. One out, bases vacant, bottom of the fifth with no score as that wind continues to howl and swirl here. Grimm swings and misses on some late action from Sydney Wilson. Third or fourth K of the afternoon for Wilson, and she looks for her second 1-2-3 inning in a row. Standing in her way is Taylor Wilson. No relation. Wilson,
now batting number 27, Taylor Wilson.
One of 2 players to get a hit off of Sydney Wilson here today. S. Wilson deals it in. T. Wilson takes for a strike. T. Wilson now has a hit in the last 3 games. She was really good at Goshen, going 3 for 5 with a double. Off the end of the bat here, towards center field. Herren tracking it. She's underneath and makes the catch. And the Trojans go down in order again here in the 5th. Sydney Wilson has now retired the last 9 batters she's faced. And we head to the top of the 6th with no score between Taylor and number 6 Marian here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965 when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Top half of the 6th inning, no score between Taylor and number 6 Marian, as the Knights will lead off the top of the 6th with the player of the week in the Crossroads League, Cassidy Cato. Evans will drop in a breaking ball for a called strike. Marian's dugout trying to get behind their second baseman, Cato, who's 2 for 2 today. Evans misses away. 1-1. Cato will single up the middle in the first. Then a bloop shot to the infield that got caught in the wind as Tucker had to race in from second. Third one hit hard towards center field. Abruzzo goes back. She's at the warning track trying to find the wall. She reaches up and makes the catch on the track as Marian tried to will that ball over the fence with the wind. It checked up as Abruzzo makes the catch in left center field with a couple of feet to spare.
Now batting number 5, Shelby Stotts.
We saw Abruzzo against Indiana Wesleyan rob a home run on her tippy toes at dead center. This one goes full extension on the track. A long out number 1 as Shelby Stotts takes the first one on the outside corner for a strike. Stotts batting out of the 3-hole today. She's 0 for 2 with a looking strikeout and a line out to Rostetter in left. Stotts, one of the better batters for Marian, comes in batting .422, lifts the second one out of play to the right, 0-2. Some timely defensive plays behind Evans here this afternoon. You go back to the full extension catch by Taylor Wilson at third. Tucker made a nice play at second, and now Abruzzo in center. This one in the air towards right. Tucker shields her eyes from the sun, comes in behind first base, makes the catch off of her left shoulder. 2 up and 2 down for Marian here in the top of the 6th with still no score and just 5 hits between the two sides with none being more than a single. We said on Saturday was Evans' best pitching performance of her career. Trying to one-up herself here today against the 6th-ranked team in the country. 2 outs and no one on for the catcher, Reagan Hyatt. At the knees, called for a strike as Hyatt trying to get out of a giant slump here. She's 0 for 2 on the day with a pair of strikeouts. Going back to the Mount Vernon Nazarene Saturday, she's now 0 for 9, and she's struck out now 5 times in those 9 plate appearances. Sits on one, ground ball left side, but foul as Wilson gave chase. 0-2. Evans a strike away from her 9th K of the afternoon. She's had at least 1 strikeout in every inning today. No score, nobody on. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th for number 6 Marian and receiving votes Taylor. 0-2. Hyatt watches that one miss on the outside corner. She leaned in and took a good hard look at it, but the count goes to 1-2. Sierra Norman on deck if Marian can get another 2-out hit. They've got 1 today. The 4th pitch. Hyatt towards center field. A 2-out single will break the rut that Hyatt has found herself in. Her first hit in the last 2 games plus. And a 2-out single up the middle gets a base runner on for Marian with a scoreless game in the 6th. Then a pinch runner will be coming in here for Hyatt. Hyatt just sat back and lined one into center. Coming in to run over at first base to be Lauren Landis. So Landis will run for Hyatt at first. Trying to get some more speed out there in a scoreless contest with 2 outs in the top half of this 6th inning. And the batter will be the first baseman, Sierra Norman. But a good piece of hitting there for Reagan Hyatt. Collects her 12th hit of the year. And let's see what Sierra Norman can do. 0 for 1 today, batting for the 3rd time. Wind continues to howl out towards left center field. Evans rocks back and fires a fastball down the middle for a called strike 1. Landis on the year has not attempted a stolen base. 5'6" junior out of nearby Anderson, Indiana. Second one, looping it in. That one just catches the uppermost letters of the Marian uniforms. 0-2. A strikeout here by Evans would be huge. It would be the 5th runner that Marian has left stranded on the bases today. 0-2. We'll do it again as that one rings off the netting behind home plate. Top of the 6th between Marian, the 6th-ranked team in the land, the preeminent favorite in the last 5 years plus in the Crossroads League. 0-2 again. High and away. Excellent eye from Norman. 1-2. Marian is not going after anything cheap today. They've been very diligent at the plate. 4 singles to show for it, also with the walk. 1-2 with a runner at first, 2 gone. Sitting on 1 here as Evans misses 1 high. 2-2. That was in almost the same exact spot that strike 2 was called. Norman trying to get her first hit of the day. She was out her last time up after a excellent backhand stab by Tucker at second base. Count even 2-2 with 2 outs. Runner at second, foul tipped into the glove. Whitman held on to it, and Evans gets strikeout number 9. It keeps another Marian runner stranded at first. Their 5th one left out there today, and we are still scoreless as we head to the bottom of the 6th with the top of the Trojan order coming up next.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Top of the order up for Taylor in a scoreless bottom of the 6th. Emma West trying to slap her way on. Takes the first one high from Sydney Wilson. who has retired 9 batters in a row after giving up a single to Taylor Wilson to lead things off all the way back in the 3rd inning. Hits him in hard to come by. West gets it in under the diving Cadle attempt at second. And it's like she heard us talking about it here in the booth. Second hit for Emma West. And now she's the go-ahead runner on. Here with nobody gone to lead off the bottom of the 6th. The timely hits have eluded Taylor throughout this season. They've gotten runners on, particularly in that Indiana Wesleyan doubleheader here a couple of weeks ago. But can the Trojans get the timely hits here? Tucker trying to bunt it in the air, and another poor bunt by the Trojans as Tucker grabs the face mask of her helmet in frustration. Second time the Trojans have done that. Marian's done it twice as well, where they try to sacrifice bunt their way on. They get too far underneath of it. And this time a much more routine catch for Norman, unlike what she had to do back in the 1st. Whitman will swing away right to the 3rd baseman Phillips. She'll get the easy out at 1st, moves West up to 2nd, but after a single up the middle from West, back-to-back pitches resulted in outs here from Tucker and now Whitman. And that turns things over to Lauren Kanai, trying to extend the Trojan hopes here in the bottom of the 6th with no score. It seems that this might be one of those games where the first team to score might just end up winning. Kanai looks at the first one and hits on the outside corner as West takes a healthy lead off of 2nd. 0-1 to Kanai. She was the one that got too far underneath the bunt in the 1st. Back to the outside corner. Same pitch, same result from Sydney Wilson. Kanai was great up at Goshen on Saturday, going 3 for 7 with 2 home runs and a double. Down in the count 0-2 here, opposite batter's box as Wilson trying to get Kanai to chase. 1-2, West the go-ahead run in a scoreless bottom of the 6th, standing at 2nd base. The 1-2. Swing and a miss as Kanai could not go around on a check swing as Wilson will watch the Trojans leave a runner stranded for the 4th time today. We head to the top of the 7th with still no score between number 6 Marian and Taylor here in the first game of a fun doubleheader.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
The freshman Maddie Foster will pinch hit to lead things off here in the 7th for Marian. No score between they and the Trojans. And Evans will just miss the outside corner for ball 1 to the lefty Foster. Foster batting in place of the designated player Sarah Cush, who's 0 for 2 today. Wind continues to scream out towards left center field. Evans playing keep away from the lefty Foster. 2-0. Foster batting .291 this year, with no extra base hits in her 16 knocks, was 0 for 3 her last time out, when she was the right fielder in Game 2 against Mount Vernon Nazarene Saturday. The 3rd one, down the middle, taken for a strike, with the lefty Foster trying to slap her way on. 4 hits for the Knights. They've gotten 5 base runners on in total, all singles. Only 1 runner has gotten to 2nd base. 2-1, trying to chop it, a rise ball. Getting a piece of it was Foster, and she'll foul it straight back to the protective netting. Top half of the 7th inning, no score between Taylor and Marian. The 2-2 to the pinch hitting Foster. She'll chase one away. She tried to slap it on with the end of the bat. 10th strikeout today for Maddie Evans, and there's 1 gone in the 7th.
Now batting number 26, Marian Taylor.
So Evans has now recorded at least 1 strikeout in each inning today. And she'll face the center fielder, Lainey Herren, for the 3rd time. Trying to bunt her way on. Evans floats it up high on a late bunt show for a ball from Herren. Herren struck out, swinging in the 2nd. And then singled to left, dropping one in front of Rostetter to lead that inning off, but then she was forced out trying to advance the 2nd on a ground ball to the infield. Nobody on, 1 out. Slap her way on here, takes one low in the dirt, 2-0. You want to keep Heren off the bases. She's 4 for 4 on stolen base tries this year. An excellent bat. 443 was 0 for 3 against Mount Vernon Nazarene Saturday. Sends one into the air. Wilson screams everyone off. Foul territory, third base side, makes the catch. And 2 up and 2 down here for Marian in the top of the 7th with still no score.
Batting number 10, Abby Wiley.
Right fielder Abby Wiley will dig in. Sophomore out of Lebanon, Indiana. She also batting over 400. Trying to start a 2-out rally here. Evans comes inside, nicks the corner at the knees, 0-1. As Wiley tried to make her zone a little bit smaller, just couldn't make it small enough. She had a bunt, a sacrifice bunt attempt that was lifted into the air. The Mahalik caught this one into the air towards the left field side. Rostetter comes in. She comes in, makes the catch on the run, and a 3-up, 3-down top of the 7th will set the stage for the Trojans trying to walk things off, needing just a single tally against number 6 Marian. Mahalik, Rostetter, and Evans, the 3 due up. When we come back for the bottom of the 7th here from Upland, Indiana.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
So here we go. Bottom of the 7th, no score between number 6 Marian and Taylor in the first game of their doubleheader that's been expertly played on both sides today. Kristen Mahalik will lead it off in search of her first hit. That one high from Sydney Wilson for a ball. Wilson, the game 1 starter, then they are loaded up on the pitching staff are the Knights. Mahalik, hard hit towards right field, but Wirey's underneath, makes the catch leaning down. That one tried to go through the teeth of the wind that's been screaming out 30-mile-an-hour gusts towards left field. And a fly out to right with the first down on the board, and Aaliyah Rostetter will step in as she tries to find her first hit of the afternoon. Maddie Evans had to run in hard. He's getting a couple extra swings in the batting cage, looping it in on a drop pitch from Wilson, called strike on the outside corner. Evans getting a couple extra cuts in the cage, had to come in, she's on deck. Second one to Rostetter, up high for a ball. Wilson did a really good job. Sydney Wilson did of Marian. Keeping things on the corner, on the edge of the zone. When Rostetter was up last time, she struck out looking. This one down the middle in the dirt, 2-1. No score, bottom of the 7th, nobody on, 1 out for Taylor. Trying to knock off the number 6 team in the country in the first game of the doubleheader. 2-1, Rostetter swings at 1 in the dirt. A little upset with herself there as the count levels to 2-2. Rally caps on for the Taylor, or rally visors, I should say, on for the Trojans in the dugout to our left. 2-2, Rostetter sits on one, trying to poke it through the left side. Calm snag by Phillips, a high throw that Norman goes up on her tippy toes to get. And the Trojans down to their last out here in the bottom of the 7th with still no score. Good pick there by Phillips on the very end of the mid as she was running to her left. She's able to retire the speedy Rostetter at first, who's now 0 for 3 today. And that brings up the pitcher, Maddie Evans, who's done everything she could in the circle to keep Marian off the board. Looking for that first hit, goes after the first one here, and she'll pull it high and hard. Foul on the changeup. 0-1. 0-0. 2 outs, nobody on here in the 7th. Evans trying to change that here. To the outside corner goes Wilson, and it's 0-2. And Wilson an out away from sending this game to extras. Evans a fly out to Wiry and right and popped out to Harwager, the shortstop, back in the 5th. Lefty versus righty, the 0-2 comes home. Outside corner, Evans swings to protect and fouls it back to the backstop. Still 0-2. Caitlin Grimm, the hard-hitting right fielder, awaits on deck if Evans can find her way on in the scoreless bottom of the 7th. Wilson trying to get her 4th 1-2-3 inning of the afternoon. Sitting on it, hitting it hard towards left field, diving in, making a spectacular catch as Shelby Stotts in left, and that will send our game to extras. Stotts dove, went full extension. If she doesn't get that one, Evans is easily at second and maybe at third. Instead, to extras we go here in game 1 of the doubleheader between Taylor and number 6 Marian.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
So a stellar diving catch from the left fielder Shelby Stotts. Takes that extra base knock away from Maddie Evans, and we play on to the 8th. It'll be the second extra inning game for both teams this season. Marian and Taylor both lost those extra inning affairs earlier this year. 9-1-2 coming up for the Knights here in the top of the 8th. Still no score. Nice dropping curve from Maddie Evans. Just looped that one up high, pulled the string, and it dropped in for a strike in the upper part of the zone. 7 hits between the two teams today, 4 for Marian, 3 for Taylor. None have gone for extra bases. Second one, choking it, going up, bloops into shallow center field, is fighting one off as Phillips on the handle of the bat. Sends that in, drops in between Abruzzo and West, and the leadoff single will be Caitlin Phillips's, her first one of the afternoon. And the go-ahead run on to lead things off in the top of the 8th for Marian. And to the top of the order going Savannah Harwager. The lefty shortstop has played a fine shortstop defensively today, but she is 0 for 3 with 3 punch-outs. Trying to bunt her way on here. Goes foul. This one still in the air. That has been a thorn in both Marian and Taylor batters' sides today, trying to sacrifice bunt their way on. Every batter today, it seems like, has gotten too far underneath the ball and has prevented moving the runner over because it makes an easy catch for an infielder, or the catcher in Whitman's case earlier in the game. A strike to Harwager. Shows bunt again, this one upstairs. Evans on a rise ball trying to get Harwager to chase. She would not, and the count goes to 1-1. A leadoff single's got Phillips at first in a scoreless top of the 8th inning. Righty versus lefty. Harwager bunts, misses at 1 up high, and that's 1 ball and 2 strikes. That is not what Marian wanted to see out of the sophomore Harwager. 10 strikeouts on the afternoon for Evans. She had 16 in her no-hitter Saturday at Goshen. The 1-2. Low and away. Whitman couldn't bring it back across. Count evens up 2-2. But Phillips over at first. She's the go-ahead runner in our no-score top of the 8th. And a fun one being played here from Gudekunst Field. The 2-2. Harwager swings away. Foul tips into the glove of Whitman. Strikeout number 11 on the afternoon for Evans. And that now ties her for the 4th most strikeouts in a single season in school history. But more importantly, 1 out against Cassidy Cadle, the second baseman, this week's Crossroads League Player of the Week. Up high for a ball with the go-ahead run still situated over there at first base for Marian after the leadoff single from Caitlin Phillips. So 11 strikeouts has now got Evans at 122 Ks on the year. Second one, into the air. Coming in is Mahalik from first. She'll make the catch above her head as she had to sprint to her right. 2 gone here in the 8th, and it brings up Shelby Stotts, who brought this game to extra innings. Their diving catch in the bottom of the 7th. But to finish that thought, the next strikeout from Evans will give her the 4th most strikeouts for a Taylor pitcher in school history in a single season, passing Hannah Klebsidel's mark set back in 2014. And that was on a national tournament team, as the first one to Stotts as a ball, as she tag teamed with the then freshman Hannah Robbins, as they were the 2 workhorse pitchers for the Trojans that year as Taylor made it to the national tournament for the first time in school history. Second one to Stotts. Swings and sends it backward, 1-1 on a foul ball. That 24 team set multiple records as pitching coach King Lumpkin in his 7th season will come out to talk things over with Evans. If that name sounds familiar for you Marian folks, yes, that is Grace Lumpkin's father, who graduated from Marian and was a fine pitcher for the Knights throughout her 4-year career. Grace graduated a couple of years ago. But that 2014 team pretty much rewrote the record books. They were loaded with freshman talent. Hannah Robbins, Alex Lovelace, Lauren Ely, Anna Gunderson, go down the list. Morgan Allison, and now assistant coach for the Trojans. That roster was loaded with freshmen. Emily Tweedy was the third baseman. They rewrote those record books. Offensively, defensively, wins. They won the regular season league title. They won the tournament league title. That team was good. And there's a giant picture of them behind us in the press box. That's why, because they were that good. Out of the circle meeting comes to a close. 1-1 to Stotts. Low in the turf. Covered up by Whitman. 2-1. That 2014 team loaded. This 2021 team not too shabby in the talent department, with Evans leading the charge from the circle. 2 outs to Stotts. Is 0 for 3 on the afternoon with the K. Up high, hits it hard towards center field. Shallowing into the gap is a bruiser. She goes back, makes the catch, reaches up, and Maddie Evans comes off the circle. Now the Trojans to the bottom of the 8th as Marian strands their 6th runner of the day. Taylor can win it in the bottom of the 8th. They'll send up Grimm, Wilson, and West. That's next to the Trojans.
Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire.
It is a heavyweight prize fight from Gudekunst Field here on a Tuesday afternoon between number 6 Marian and Taylor. No scores. We head to the bottom of the 8th. It'll be Caitlin Grimm, the right fielder, trying to lead it off. First one knifes its way low by Wilson for ball 1. Sydney Wilson has been crazy efficient today. That was just her 78th pitch that she's tossed. Second one, Grimm off the end of the bat, fouls it off a home plate, 1-1. Grimm 0 for 2 today, with a pop out and a strikeout. Taylor Wilson to follow Grimm, then back to the top of the Taylor order, and Emma West. 1 run will win it with no score here in the 8th. Wilson misses her spot. That's S. Wilson high and away for ball number 2 to Grimm. Grimm popped out to Phillips at 3rd and then struck out in the 5th. Lefty versus lefty here. Grimm inside, scoots back. That one low by just a hair for ball 3. That one looked to be right at Grimm's knees. It darted low at the last moment and gets called for ball 3. Wilson has not walked a single batter today, and she'll get another chance to retire Grimm here as a sophomore fouls it away to the left. Full count, 3-2 for the lefty bat of Caitlin Grimm as she leads off the bottom of the 8th. Sydney Wilson comes home. 3-2, hit hard towards center field, but right at the center fielder, Haren. And the Trojans a line out to start things off here in the 8th. Another well-struck ball to the outfield, but right at one of those Marian outfielders. And Taylor Wilson will come back and try to get her second hit of the day off of S. Wilson. 1 out, no score, nobody on, bottom of the 8th. In game 1 of our doubleheader today. Wilson to Wilson. Strike, advantage, pitcher Wilson. S. Wilson out of Newburgh, Indiana. Taylor Wilson out of Indianapolis. 0-1 to T. Wilson. Hard hit over the head of the shortstop, Harwager, as he went full extension. Almost got the tip of the glove on it. And the winning run is at first. And Cole Brendel will come in to run for Taylor Wilson at first as she jogs off the dugout. Goes to get that batting helmet as T. Wilson turns it over to the top of the order. So Brendel, with her excellent speed, the professional pinch runner for the Trojans, will make her first appearance of the afternoon, as Emma West will try to move her around from first.
Bench running for the Trojans, number 34.
First base runner for the Trojans.
For the Trojans, number 5 on the left.
This is the first base runner Taylor has gotten on since the young lady at the plate singled back in the 6th. That is Emma West. 1 gone in the 8th. Brindle is the winning run over at first base. West, first pitch swing, golfing it into left. It's back-to-back singles as Brindle scoots into second as Heren comes up firing as West with her second hit, third hit of the day as West continues to stay hot from the top of the order. And now the winning run is at second base. 1 out for the senior, Kara Tucker. 5 hits, all singles. First one to Tucker, up high at the chin for a ball.
Now batting number 9, Kara Tucker.
West has now gotten multiple hits in 2 of the last 3 games. A ball to Tucker. Low and away for a ball. Just below the knees on the outside corner. Ashton Whitman stands on deck. Taylor needing just 1 run to win the game in a scoreless bottom of the 8th with 1 gone. Tucker inside. She'll back away as that one almost nicked her on the hands. And it's 3-0 with only 1 out here in the 8th. And again, Sydney Wilson has not walked a single batter today. The 4th one. Down the middle, Tucker taking the whole way on a belt-high pitch, 3-1. The junior Wilson against the senior Tucker, 3-1. Tucker sits, lifting it into the infield, leaping up and making the catch was Sydney Wilson. And she almost lost her footing. She went up and caught it, used all 5 feet 9 inches of that frame as Tucker flies out for the second out. And now it's the catcher, Ashton Whitman, trying to end things in the bottom of the 8th. The winning run is Brindle at second base. First one to Whitman, outside corner, taking the whole way for a called strike. Ashton 0 for 2 today, had a sacrifice bunt. Her first time out, has struck out and grounded out today. Second one from Wilson. Whitman hits it hard towards left field. Stotts going back at the track, making the catch as the center fielder Heren. And the Trojans leave the winning runner stranded at second base. To the 9th inning we go. Still no score between Taylor and Marian.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
To the 9th we go. It'll be the longest game played by either team this season, as both teams lost their only extra inning game of the year so far, both falling in the 8th. Heart of the order up for Marian here at the top of the 9th, with Hyatt the catcher, followed by Norman and Cush the DP. A whole lot of zeros up on that scoreboard. 17 to be exact as we start the top of the 9th. Outside corner, Evans bullets in a strike. 0-1 to Hyatt, who has struggled against Evans here this afternoon. Going 1 for 3, singling her last time up after striking out her first 2 times at the dish. Second one, up high, Hyatt couldn't sit back on it, and now it's 0-2. Next strikeout will give Evans the 4th most strikeouts in a single season by a Taylor pitcher ever, passing Hannah Klebsidel back in 2014. Hyatt, the leadoff batter here in the 9th. Sat on one high and away. She really thought about that one for a while. Ball 1. Hyatt's had her struggles coming in. She started the day 0 for 2. She was 0 for 7 with 3 Ks against Mountain Vernon Nazarene Saturday. Started the day off here 0 for 2 with 2 Ks against Evans. 1-2, stays alive, fouling it back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. With Hyatt to be followed by Norman and Cush in a 0-0 game in the top of the 9th, the longest game for either team this season so far. 5 hits aside, all singles. 1 error for Marian, none for Taylor defensively. Another 1-2 from Evans to Hyatt. She'll swing and miss. She's down swinging for the 3rd time today. And Maddie Evans now has the 4th most strikeouts by a Taylor pitcher in school history in a single season.
Now batting number 4, Sierra Norman.
1 out for the first baseman, Sierra Norman. Evans' no-hitter Saturday was the 3rd thrown by a Taylor pitcher. First one in the dirt for a ball in the last 3 seasons. Darby Shaw did it last year in Arizona against Benedictine Mesa, and then Shaw and Jessica Doctor combined to no-hit Bethel back in 2019. A ball to the first baseman, Norman. Watches one sail in high, 2-0. Norman, one of the 6 base runners today for Marian. She walked back in the 2nd. She has grounded out and struck out. 2-0. Sits on one that darts into the top of the zone. 2 balls and a strike, as Norman thought that one was going to sail high and away. 1 out, no one on. Zeros across the board as you play here in the top of the 9th. 2-1. Hard hit by Norman, but it's off the end of the bat, goes foul on a late swing that lands on top of the Marian dugout. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Norman 0 for 2 today. Came in today batting just .260. The 2-2 with nobody on. High and away, full count, 3-2. Taylor's done a better job of getting runners in scoring position today. Marian has gotten just 1 runner in scoring position all afternoon. The payoff pitch to Norman. Sits on it and she gets caught looking for strikeout number 13 for Maddie Evans today.
Now batting number 3, Maddie Foster.
That thing was straight filth. It'll be Sarah Cush. No. Make that Maddie Foster, who remains in after batting for Cush a couple of innings ago. The lefty off the end of the bat. That one will catch the netting and land foul. So Foster remains in place of the DP Cush, trying to get the lefty Foster against the right-handed throwing Maddie Evans. A strike with 2 outs and nobody on. Outside corner, that painted it like a Picasso painting, 0-2. Zeros across the board in the top of the 9th. Evans trying to get her 14th K and strike out the side. 0-2. Right down on the corner, 14 Ks for Evans, who is a surgeon on the circle today. To the bottom of the 9th with still no score, as Maddie Evans is doing anything she wants pitching today.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Maddie Evans has got 14 strikeouts. Taylor can win it with 1 run in the bottom of the 9th with zeros across the board. Wilson, Sydney Wilson to the outside corner, faces against the right-handed batting Lauren Kanai. Kanai's been in a funk today. She's 0 for 3 after a good Goshen series Saturday. Hard hit up the middle, bouncing in, snagged by the shortstop Harwager. She fumbles with it, Kanai legs it out, and she's safe. Harwager had to carry a whole lot of ground to her left The ball got knocked around between her mitt, her hands, and her feet. And the misplay at short will put the winning run at first for Lauren Kanai. And it'll go an E6. And Lexi Abruzzo, the flex player, will come in to run for Kanai at first. And for the second inning in a row, the Trojans have got the winning run at first with minimal outs on the board. It was a single by Taylor Wilson last inning with 1 out. Brindle came in to run for her. Got stranded at second. Here's Mahalik, 0 for 3 today. Darts in on the outside corner. That's been a money pitch for Sydney Wilson. This tails off to the outside part of the plate, then comes knifing back in on the outside half from the lefty. A strike to Mahalik. Second one, she wants to bunt. This one in the air, and another poor bunt by the Trojans. Lunging back to the bag is Abruzzo. That's the third time today that we've seen a Taylor batter try to lay a sacrifice bunt down. They get too far underneath of it, and it's easy work for Norman at first, who's caught all 3 today. Now, Marian has had their issues sacrifice bunting today as well, but a clutch mistake potentially here for Mahalik. Rostetter swings away, comes up empty for a strike. The winning run is over at first, with now 1 gone here in the bottom of the 9th. Maddie Evans, the pitcher, stands on deck. Second one. Rossiter takes belt high outside corner, nothing in 2. She's 0 for 3 today and has struck out once. Lefty versus righty. Rossiter off the end of the bat to stay alive, looping down the foul territory first base side. It goes foul, nothing in 2. The next pitch for Wilson will be the 100th she's thrown today. Starting and appearing in her 13th game overall, she has 9 complete games coming in and an 8-4 overall record. Another 0-2 to Rostetter. Opposite batter's box, good eye as Abruzzo takes a healthy lead off of first. She's the winning run in a scoreless bottom of the 9th inning. Longest game for either team this season. 1-2. Sitting on it is Rostetter. That was a tempting pitch from Sydney Wilson, but the count sits at 2-2. With Evans, the pitcher, waiting on deck. 2-2. Opposite batter's box, swinging is Rostetter. Foul play to the right, still 2-2. We've gotten the best pitching performance of the year here from Goodekoons Field. Sydney Wilson and Maddie Evans have locked horns. 2-2. Rossiter watches that one in low for ball 3. The call from Paul Hines sounded like he said strike, but there's no signal with the hand. So the count is full for Rostetter with the winning run at first base. Payoff to Rostetter into right field. Going back, Wiry trying to find it in the sun, makes the catch for out number 2. And that'll be Maddie Evans trying to win the game in the bottom of the 9th in one that she has been lights out today in the circle. So a leadoff error by Harwager got Kanai safe to first. Abruzzo runs for her. But a misplay on a sacrifice bunt from Mahalik. Got too far underneath of it, made an easy catch for Norman, the first baseman. But then Rossiter just flew out to right. Here's Evans trying to help out her own cause. First pitch in the air to Wiry and right. She's underneath, makes the catch. And we go on to the 10th inning. Longest game of the year for both teams continues. No score after 9 between number 6 Marian and Taylor here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Nine innings, not enough. To the 10th we go. 0-0 between Taylor and Marian. And the international tie rule will come on as Maddie Foster will come on, and she will start at second base as we make our way to the 10th. So the international tie rule as we make our way to the 10th. Foster is at second base with no score to start the top of the 10th. The center fielder, Lainey Horan, will lead it off. As you see in these situations, normally a sacrifice bunt comes. There it is on cue. First one high from Evans, 1-0. So it's the international tiebreaker rule. They've seen this rule come into effect in minor league baseball starting last year. They moved into the majors last year as well. So whoever recorded the last out of the inning starts on second base. The ball to Horan, again shows bunt. Low, trying to frame it was Whitman. Too low, 2-0. The good news for Taylor is they will have Evans to start out at second base when we get to the bottom of the 10th. The question will be, will we still be tied at 0, or will Marian be able to scratch out the first run of the afternoon? Horan 1 for 3. She has struck out once. She's up in the count, 2-0. Shows bunt again for a third time. Pulls the bat back, and now it's 3-0. Horan struck out looking her first time up, singled to left, and then popped out to Wilson in foul ground on the third base side. 3 balls, no strikes. The go-ahead run is at second, and it's a 4-pitch walk, just the second walk allowed by Evans all day. Both have been of the 4-pitch variety. So Foster the go-ahead run at second, with Horan behind her at first. The batter will be the right fielder, Abby Wyrie, who had 2 different putouts in the bottom of the 9th on fly balls to her and right. First time all day, Marian has gotten 2 base runners on. Wyrie shows bunt, right back in the middle. Evans will field, can't get the out at third, down to first, and beating the throw there will be Wyrie as Evans just hesitated for a moment, and the bases are full of Knights here with nobody out on the top of the 10th. Again, thanks to the international tiebreaker rules, got Foster over there at third. An infield single on the bunt from Wyrie, just tried to sacrifice herself, but they're loaded up here for Caitlin Phillips, the third baseman. Low in the dirt, Whitman covers for ball 1. And with that excellent speed for Marian, a hit to the outfield here by Phillips would at least definitely score 1, probably would score 2, with Horan with excellent wheels standing at second. Taylor infield plays in, bases loaded for Marian, nobody out, top of the 10th with no score. Hard hit down the left field line, goes foul, and lands at the end of the Taylor dugout. 1 ball and 1 strike for Caitlin Phillips, who has a hit here this afternoon. 6 hits for Marian, all singles. Again, the international tiebreaker rule started Maddie Foster at second. She was the last out in the 9th. A walk to Horan and a bunt single by Wyrie has got him loaded. Swing here, out of play to the left. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Taylor trying to get their biggest win of the season, and Marian trying to avoid dropping 2 games in a row for the first time in what feels like forever for this Blue Blood softball program, the 6th-ranked team in the country. 1-2, low and away. As Phillips tried to slap her way on, ball 2 as Whitman slid to her left and smothered it up. Foster, Horan, Wyrie from third to first. The runners here for Marian with nobody out in the top of the 10th in a scoreless contest. Outside corner again, Whitman trying to bring it back across. And the count has gone full with nowhere to put Phillips in a 0-0 game in the top of the 10th. The Taylor infield continues to play in against the lefty Phillips. Payoff pitch from Evans. Ground ball up the middle. Evans dives. It's deflected by Tucker. She'll throw home. They get the out there. It deflected off of Evans' mitt. Tucker was right there. And then she fired a missile home to Whitman, who kept her foot on the plate. And a big first out in the 10th keeps the game at 0. They are still loaded, but that thing looked to be destined for a run. But the old 1-4-2 putout brings up the top of the order in the shortstop, Savannah Harweger. Another lefty for Evans to deal with here with the bases full of Knights in the top of the 10th with now 1 gone. Evans squirts it in on the dirt, covered up by Whitman for a ball. The good news for the Trojans The backstop very close to home plate. The bad news, it's all full of concrete. So that thing can take a left or right-hand turn and just be out of there in a heartbeat. Very close the backstop is. The 1-0. Harwager swings and misses, 1-1 on a big cut. And Harwager, one of the top batters for Marian this year, comes in batting .505. Their best batter is 0 for 4 today with 3 swinging strikeouts and a looking strikeout to Evans. 1-1. Low and away in the dirt, 2-1. 14 Ks for Evans this afternoon. Harwager has accounted for 4 of them out of the leadoff spot for Marian. Bases full of Knights, 1 gone, top of the 10th, in a 0-0 game. In the first game of our doubleheader today. 2-1 to Harwager. Off the end of the bat, Tucker backhand it, back comes home, and they get another round at home. How about Kara Tucker flashing the leather at second? Back-to-back ground balls with a sly smirk on her face. And the seniors got the Trojans away from heading to the bottom of the 10th with the game still scoreless. So that moves Harwager, who came in as the best batter for Marian, now 0 for 5, reaching on a fielder's choice. The second baseman, Cadle, this week's Crossroads League Player of the Week, steps in with the bases full and 2 gone and 0 still on the board. Belt high for a strike on the outside half. That wind picked up, so we didn't hear the strike call from home plate umpire Paul Hines. Cadle's been the best batter for Marian today, going 2 for 4 with a pair of singles, but she's been retired her last 2 times up. Second one. Belt high or knee high on the outside corner. Evans ahead 0-2. A strike away from sending Taylor to the 10th with the game still at 0s. Wiry, Phillips, Harwager, third to first, the runners for Marian. The batter is Cadle. The pitch, high and away as Cadle sits back 1-2. Again, the international tiebreaker rule put Foster at second to start the inning off. Marian loaded him up with no outs, but back-to-back ground outs to Tucker. She's thrown home and gotten the out each time. 1-2 from Evans. Backwards, foul, and we'll do it all again. As Cadle took one, a little bit of an underneath swing on one on the outside corner. Top of the 10th, longest game of the year for both teams. Both teams trying to find their first extra inning win of the year. Bases full for Marian, 2 outs, top of the 10th, no score. 1-2 again. High and away as Cadle watches that one zip in, 2-2. If this is game 1, what does game 2 have for us? Again, Wiry, Phillips, Harwager, third to first, the runners for Marian. 2-2, 2 outs to the second baseman, Cadle. Evans comes home. Inside, and the count is full with nowhere to put Cadle. And the score at 0-0 in the top of the 10th. Phillips got this situation, grounded out to Tucker for the first out of the inning. Can Evans get another out here and keep the game scoreless? The payoff. Down the middle, got her looking for strike 3, and we head to the bottom of the 10th on the 15th strikeout for Maddie Evans today. The Trojans can walk it off in the 10th as Maddie Evans is dealing filth from Upland, Indiana today.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria, it's our taste.
So the international tiebreak rule will put Evans at second base to start things here in the bottom of the 10th, and it's Maddie Evans. Her 15th strikeout has got Taylor to this point with another opportunity to win it. They've had the game-winning run on the bases the last 2 times up to the plate. Alexi Clay will bat for Caitlin Grimm, most likely to lay a sacrifice bunt down. First one low for a ball. No one covers second base, so running in is Horen from center as Evans took a humongous lead off the bag. Taylor's trying to lay 3 sacrifice bunts down today. They've been popped up every time. Clay punches it. It will dive down, unable to make the play as Phillips, she's from her stomach, throws to first. Not in time. Clay's safe, and the winning run is at third. Phillips had a Superman dive from third. She couldn't haul it in. And now Taylor Wilson, with 1 hit to the outfield, can win it in the bottom of the 10th. Sixth hit of the day for the Trojans. These are the moments that Taylor Wilson came back to Taylor for. The 5th-year senior. First pitch, belt high. Clay falls off of first. No one covering as she tries to entice a throw down to second. It's a strike at the plate to Wilson. Taylor was the only senior from a year ago to come back for a 5th year. Outside corner, Clay almost slips. She'll be in there at second base. Now 0-2 to Wilson. Again, the international tiebreaker rule put Evans at second to start. A bunt from Clay. And she'll take second. Wilson swings and misses, and Taylor goes down quietly as she tries to protect on the outside corner. A strikeout, the 6th one of the day for Sydney Wilson. And now it'll be Emma West. As that one was off the plate, Wilson tried to protect. She came up empty. And now Emma West, the Trojans' best batter today against Sydney Wilson, will try to win it with the winning run of Evans over at third. And they're going to intentionally walk Emma West here to get to Kara Tucker. Standing up from behind the plate's Hyatt. She's all the way in the opposite batter's box from the lefty West. The second one much more in the opposite batter's box this time, 2-0. Unlike in baseball at the NAI level where you can just send you want to intentionally walk somebody, in softball you still got to throw them, which can always make things a little bit interesting. 3-0 to West to load them up. Taylor needs just 1. Zeros across the board. And they're going to be loaded up with 1 out for the senior, Kara Tucker. Taylor was in this situation in the top half of the 10th inning, and they got 2 outs at home and then a strikeout to end the Marian threat. 1 out here. All you need to do if you're Kara Tucker is hit this sucker to the outfield. It's Evans, the winning run at third, with 20 zeros on the board here in the bottom of the 10th. Tucker, first pitch, lifts it up to the infield, and that will be a pop out to Norman. And the exact opposite what the Trojans wanted to have happen, an infield pop-out, puts 2 outs on the board, and now it's going to be Ashton Whitman to try to win it for the Trojans with them loaded up here in the 10th. Whitman batting for the 5th time. She's 0 for 3. The lefty Sydney Wilson comes home. High and away for a ball. If you're Whitman here, you'd like to see her trying to run a lot of pitches here against Sydney Wilson with the bases full and let her start thinking about walking home the winning run. Second one. Whitman takes on the outside corner for a called strike, evens the count at 1-1. Whitman 0 for 3 today with a strikeout, ground out, and a fly out. 1-1, pulls it to the left, 1-2. The base is full of Trojans. The leadoff bunt from Clay moved Evans up to third. A strikeout from Wilson. They intentionally walked West, did Marian to load him up. The 1-2 to Whitman. Ground ball to the left side. Coming in is the shortstop, the underhand to second, and they will beat West there to second. To the 11th inning we go as both teams leave their bases loaded here in the 10th. To the 11th, next on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
A new pitcher in for the Trojans. Maddie Evans' stellar afternoon after 10 innings, 150 pitches, 6 hits, no runs, and 15 strikeouts comes to a close. And the Trojans will bring in Cassie Lewis, who makes her 16th appearance overall, 14th in relief. She's got 5 saves on the year in line for the win, with the game at zeros as we start the top of the 11th. And she'll fire in a fastball high to the left fielder, Shelby Stotts. Again, the international tiebreaker rule with Cassidy Cadle. The last out in the 9th will start, or the 10th will start here, the 2nd and the 11th. 1-0. A fastball fired in at the belt for a strike one, 1-1. Both teams loaded them up with minimal outs. Taylor with 1, Marian with none in the 10th inning, and both left him stranded. 1-1. Late bunt at the knees, called for strike 2, as Stotts, the left fielder, tried to bunt the runner over to third. You could say Stotts is the sole reason that we are here in this inning. She had a diving catch late in the game that kept extra bases for the third out away from Taylor. 1-2, hard hit towards Abruzzo in center. She's underneath. She reaches up, makes the catch. The runner tags and heads to third. Abruzzo with that good arm. West will cut it off. And the go-ahead run is Cadle at third after the deep fly to center. Lewis, a 3.31 ERA this year, 2-for-1 overall record. Comes in 17 strikeouts, but 21 walks. And Reagan Hyatt, the catcher, is probably the happiest person to see Maddie Evans out of the circle. She was just 1 for 3 against Evans with 3 strikeouts and a single in there as well. She's hoping for more success here against Lewis as we have 1 out, a runner at third in the 11th. Inside pitch from Lewis. She throws the braid behind her right shoulder after ball 1. Taylor trying to knock off their highest-ranked team of the year. They beat number 17 College of Idaho in a doubleheader sweep back in January. Second one to the catcher, Hyatt. Inside, she'll check it up the first base line, foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. Cadle, the go-ahead run at third after the international tiebreaker rule. Advanced there on the fly out to deep center field from Stotts. We thought with this heavy wind today we'd see balls flying out of the park, but that has been the opposite of what has happened. 1-1. Lewis misses that one low, a little bit upset with herself. 2 balls and a strike. The righty Lewis against the right-handed bat of Reagan Hyatt. Working on a 1-for-4 afternoon, came into the day 0-for-7 against Mount Vernon Saturday. 2-1. Inside at the knees, called for strike 2. Good job by Lewis to jam the righty Hyatt. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. The go-ahead run is at third base here for number 6 Marian in the top half of the 11th inning in game 1 of our doubleheader. Good thing we got lights here. 2-2. Ground ball left side. Evans knocks it down, keeps it in front of her. Bare hands, looks the runner back to third, fires that missile over to first, and they get Hyatt out by a step. The go-ahead run still at third, but there are 2 outs on the board for Sierra Norman, the Marian first baseman.
Now batting number 4, Sierra Norman.
Good job by Evans, who just moved to third from being in the circle to start the game. Knocked it down, looked the runner back to third. Cadle with that excellent speed remains there. She's the go-ahead run for the first baseman, Sierra Norman, who's 0 for 3 today, batting for the 5th time. Down the middle, Lewis misses her mark, 1-0. First inning of work for Lewis after Evans, the now third baseman, with the first 10 innings, allowed just 6 singles, no runs, and had 15 Ks. 1-0. Fastball up high above the letters, 2-0 to Norman. The go-ahead run is Cadle, who started the inning off at second. Norman walked in the second, then grounded out, struck out, her last 3 times up. She's up 2-0 here. Hard hit right back up the middle. That'll give Marian the lead on their 7th hit of the afternoon as Norman sat back and ripped a single right back up the middle. And for the first time today, we have a run on the board as Marian leads 1-0 with 2 outs here in the 11th. The 7th RBI for Norman this season. And now Taylor will try to limit the damage to just 1. And a strike on the outer half to the lefty Maddie Foster, who bats for the 3rd time, excuse me. She struck out twice today, both against Evans. Second one, hard hit in the gap, left center field. It'll drop in past Abruzzo, trying to backhand it. Digging in for third is Norman, and it's runners at second and third here with 2 outs. And for the first time all day, like by either team, they string back-to-back hits together. It's now 2nd and 3rd here for number 6 Marian, leading 1-0 in the top of the 11th.
batting number 26.
As Foster gets her 17th hit of the year. And the first extra base hit as well. 8 hits now for the Knights. They lead 1-0. To the outside corner goes Lewis. And a called strike on the first one here to the lefty Laney Horan. Norman with the go-ahead RBI single now stands at third. And Foster with her double is at second. To the outside corner goes Lewis, 1-1. Horan struck out, swinging in the second, singled in the fifth. Has popped out and walked today. Third one. Lewis misses in the opposite batter's box to the lefty Horan, 2-1. She tries to limit the damage to just one, as Taylor will come up in the bottom of the 11th, trying to tie it or win it. The 2-1. Inside, outer half, make that. Called for a strike 2 right at the knees. With the slap-hitting lefty Horan trying to get on here. She's got Norman at third, Foster behind her at second. Marian on top, 1-0, with a 2-out single here in the top of the 11th. Ground ball to the left side. West comes from short fields and fires a pick by Mahalik in time! And that will limit the damage to just one. To the bottom of the 11th we go. Taylor will have Ashton Whitman starting at second, and then Kanai, Mahalik, and Rostetter trying to tie it at one or win it in the bottom of the 11th.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Since West was the last out, she will start at second base after being forced out at second. Whitman, Kanai in the air, another bad bunt, snagged by Norman. Second time that Kanai has had a poor bunt today, the 4th or 5th time that the Trojans have gotten underneath the bunt, and they've sent it right to Norman. Kanai's poor afternoon continues. She's now 0 for 5. 1 out, the tying run at second for Mahalik. She'll swing away and send it to right field. Wiry going back, warning track, makes the catch. West will tag, uses her speed to get to third. But the Trojans now down to their last out here in the bottom of the 11th. And it will not be Aaliyah Rostetter. It'll be a pinch hitter because Rostetter has not walked up here just yet. So who will Taylor bring up here with the tying run over at third? It'll be Cassie Lewis who comes in and replaces Rostetter in the lineup since she's the pitcher now. So Cassie Lewis will try to tie the game at 1. 3 for 14 this year, but Lewis 3 for 5 against Crossroads League pitching for the slap-hitting lefty. High and away here, 1-0. A hit to the outfield would tie the game at 1. That's all the Trojans need right now. Down 1-0 in the bottom of the 11th with 2 outs. Lewis golfs into the air to left, playing in his Stott. She's underneath. She makes the catch, and Marian will win 1-0 in 11 in game 1 of our doubleheader as the Trojans, their last 3 times up, and the 4 times up in the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, bring the winning run to the plate, and they cannot bring home the tying run in the 11th. The Trojans will have to regroup and come back and take on Marian one more time today. An 11-inning marathon that lasts almost 2 hours. And we will have the game 2 after this in about 25 minutes on the Trojan Sports Network. after an 11-inning game number 1. We are underway for game number 2 with Lauren Kanai in the circle here for Taylor. She'll square off against Savannah Harwager. The second baseman then will be followed, or the second baseman will follow Harwager and Cadle, and then Stotts. Second one in there for a strike as Marian wins game number 1, 1-0 in 11. Lauren Kanai trying to win her second start in the last 2 tries. She comes in 8-4. Harwager fouls it off to the right, backwards. It's 1-2. Kanai an 8-4 overall record, 2.52 the ERA, 45 strikeouts to 14 walks. Her last start Saturday against Goshen, she went 5 innings, allowed 2 hits, 1 run, struck out 4. 1-2 to Harwager, off the handle of the bat to the infield, caught in the circle by Lauren Kanai. 1 up and 1 down here in the first. The defense behind Lauren Kanai today. Taylor Wilson in left, Alexia Bruzzo in center, Caitlin Grims in right, Maddie Evans is at third, Emma West is at short, Kara Tucker at second, Kristen Mahalik at first, as Kanai drops in an off-speed pitch for strike 1 to Cassidy Cadle, and then she goes to the outside corner for strike number 2. And Ashton Whitman, as you know and love, is behind the plate. 1 out, no one on for the second baseman, Cassidy Cadle, who scored the winning run in the 11th inning as the international tiebreaker rule runner to start at second. Third one foul to the left. Cadle had a couple of singles. She finished today 1 for 5 in the 1-0 win for Marian in game 1. Ground ball to the left, backwards again on another foul ball with 0-2. That game for Marian, the longest since May 14th of 2019 for the Knights. 0-2, again this one foul to the left. Marian played back-to-back 10-plus inning games in the opening round of the NAI tournament. They beat IU Southeast in 14, 2-1 on May 13th, and then lost to Baker in 10 the very next day. That coming from Mitch Hubbard, the fine SID down at Marian. Thank you, Mitch. 0-2, fighting it off. Evans tracking it, will land just a couple ball woods foul behind third base up the third base line on a soft pop-up there from Cassidy Cadle. No score, just underway here in game 2 after game 1 went 11 innings between these two teams near the top of the Crossroads League standings. Couple hops to West at short. She fields and fires. Mahalik steps out and makes the catch. 2 up and 2 down here at the top of the first for number 6 Marian. And that'll bring up the catcher, Shelby Stotts.
Now batting number 5, Shelby Stotts.
With the loss, Taylor falls to 19-8 on the year. Marian improves to 21-6. Kanai down the middle. Low for ball number 1. Stotts was the starting left fielder in game number 1, and she was stellar. Made a couple nice catches out there and left. Sits on here, lines it over the jumping West at short in the gap in left center. Abruzzo will watch it bounce to the fence. In there easily with a 2-out double will be Shelby Stotts, number 5 from Indianapolis. Her 8th double of the year. And a much quicker start offensively here for Marian. They did not get a runner to second base until late in the contest, until the 5th inning of game 1. But a 2-out double here for number 6 Marian as they try to take an early lead here in this top of the first. Brings up the DP, Reagan Hyatt, the catcher in game 1. The Marian dugout coming to life. Kanai high and away to the righty Hyatt for a ball. Hyatt struggled in game 1. She did get her first hit, though she did go 1 for 5. Struggled against Mount Vernon Nazarene Saturday, going 0 for 7 with 3 Ks. Second one in the dirt, covered up by Whitman. The runner stays at second in the form of Stotts. 2-0 here to Hyatt, who had 3 more strikeouts against Maddie Evans in game number 1. As Cassie Lewis took the loss, she came in relief for Evans in the 11th and gave up the only run scored between the two teams in 11 innings. 2-out double has got Stotts over at second, called strike by Tracy Faker, our home plate umpire. 2-1 as Whitman calls time to go out and talk things over with Kanai, a fellow Michigander. Hyatt comes in batting 208 as that wind continues to whip around here at Gudekunst Field. Did not affect the ball flight leaving the park. 2-1 is low in the dirt, makes it 3-1. Like we thought when we got out here with the wind gusting well above 30 miles per hour, what it's actually done is kept fly balls into the infield and kind of made life difficult for the infielders on both sides today. 3-1 with 2 outs. Hyatt sits on 1. It's a 2-out walk, and there are 2 on here for Marian with no runs on the board in the top half of the first of game 2. So the big question is, how do you try to bounce back if you're Taylor? You had 3 different opportunities in the 8th, 9th, and 10th inning to walk it off with the score still 0. Had the tying run at third with 2 outs in the 11th. And this ground ball up the middle will be a 2-out hit. They will wave Stotts around. Throw coming in as a Abruzzo. Will be knocked away by Mahalik. It'll go to the backstop. All the runners will move up 1 extra base. An RBI single for Sierra Norman gives Marian an early 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the first. Or top of the first, excuse me.
Now batting number 3, Maddie Foster.
So Norman goes after the first one she gets. Her first hit of the game. Second one, she had the game-winning hit, or the eventual game-winning hit in game 1. This is Maddie Foster, who fouls this one out of play to the left. So good last 2 at-bats for Norman. The eventual winning RBI knock with 2 outs in the 11th of game 1, and then starts things off with a 2-out single here. And now it's 2nd and 3rd for the Knights, leading 1-0 in the top of the first. Swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch from Kanai, 0-2 to Foster, who came in late in game 1 in a pinch-hitting role. She went 1 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a single. 0-2, 2 outs, 1 run home. Check swing, bounces foul to the left, still 0-2. Kanai trying to get out of this inning with the damage just at 1 and turn things over to the Taylor lineup in the bottom of the first. 0-2 to the lefty Foster. Another step-in check swing for the slapper. And it'll land on top of the Taylor dugout and bounce out of play. And so they're going to call that a bunt with 2 strikes. So it's a strikeout for Kanai. We head to the bottom of the first with only 1 run on the board for Marian.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
The starting pitcher in game 2 for Marian will be number 17, Jayla Gilliam, a 5'6" freshman right-hander out of Fishers, Indiana, and Hamilton Southeastern High School. So let's face off with the Trojan shortstop, Emma West, to start, and the slapping lefty takes one low and away for a ball. The numbers on Gilliam, 7-1 overall record. She got the save in game 1 on Saturday for the Knights against Mount Vernon Nazarene. Went 1 inning, allowed 1 hit, no runs. This one just gets the outside corner to West, 1-1. On the year, Gilliam A 7-1 overall record, a 2.23 ERA, and just over 50 innings this season, 32 strikeouts to just 8 walks for the freshman right-hander. 1-1 to West as she chokes up. Little half swing, looper into left, coming in, sliding on her knees and making the catch is Abby Wyrie, the left fielder here in game number 1. She was the right fielder in game number 1, left fielder in game 2, and the first player out for Taylor here in the bottom of the first one. A nice catch from Wyrie. So Taylor trying to battle back after, again, having multiple opportunities. They were sat down in order in the 7th. They had the winning run. They had winning runs at first and second in the 8th. The winning run was on in the 9th and in the 10th. Fastball to the outside corner for a called strike to Tucker. And the international tie-breaking rule got the first run of the game and the eventually only run of the game home for Marian in the top of the 11th. Taylor got Emma West to third, but that was to be as far as she would go. Inside the Tucker, 1-1 with 1 out and no one on. Here in the bottom of the first with Taylor trailing 1-0. Tucker in game 1 got on base once, went 0 for 5, reaching on a fielder's choice. Opposite batter's box from the senior right-handed bat, 2-1. The big bugaboo for Taylor in game 1 was the missed opportunities with a runner at first with poor bunting. 4 or 5 times for Taylor in that opener of the doubleheader. They could not lay a sacrifice bunt down, popped it up. It was easy work for Sierra Norman on 4 of those 5 tries. Tucker, a good swing to right at Foster, who comes in with the sunglasses down, makes the catch above her head. 2 up and 2 down for Taylor here in the bottom of the first, trailing by 1. But to finish that thought, Norman made a spectacular diving grab against the current batter, Ashton Whitman, in the bottom of the first of game 1. After that, it was against Kanai, who's on deck. But after that, all of the bunts in the air for easy work for Norman. That was a tough one for the Trojans to take, trying to manufacture some runs. Away from Gilliam to Whitman for a ball. Ashton was 0 for 4 in game 1, batting 5 times. She did lay the only successful sacrifice bunt down for the Trojans in the opener. Nobody on, 2 outs for the junior from Gull Lake, Michigan. Low and away, 2-0. His brother Wyatt, the fine left fielder for the Taylor baseball team for many years, has now become an avid surfer up in the Michigan area. Whitman batting .317 as play began today. 2-0, hard hit, foul territory. Racing after it was Phillips. She was unable to make the play. Just out of her reach. And strike 1 to Whitman, the catcher today for Taylor. Kanai to follow, then Mahalik, Wilson, Evans, Grimm, and Alexia Bruzzo, who will bat here in game 2 after playing only in the field in game 1. Gilliam also pitched 1 inning in the second game against Mount Vernon Nazarene Saturday, sitting on one of the letters, called for a strike to Whitman. Now it's 2-2. As Gilliam entered in the top of the 7th against Mount Vernon Nazarene on Saturday in game 2. She needed just 8 pitches to get out of that 1 inning in game 2 Saturday. Trying to get a 1-2-3 bottom of the first. Off the end of the bat, slow dribbler right side. Cato comes up from second, fields, and on to first, and they get Whitman out by a step. So Taylor goes down in order in the first through 1. It's number 6, Marian 1, Taylor nothing here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Bottom third of the order up here for Marian in the top of the second as they lead 1-0 after an RBI single by Sierra Norman. First one in there from the righty Kanai for a strike. The lefty bat of Lainey Herren, the stellar center fielder for the Marian Knights, who's the only senior to elect to come back to take her COVID year of eligibility from a year ago. Shows bunt here. Kanai goes to the outside corner, out of the reach of Herren, and it's quickly 0-2. Herren in game number 1. Singled and walked on an afternoon that was 1 for 4 that included a strikeout. 0-2. Hard hit in the air towards left. Taylor Wilson comes in, a couple steps, makes the easy catch above her head. 1 up and 1 down. Here for Marian in the top of the second as they lead 1-0. The Knights come in to the game today. First place in the Crossroads League. 1 game up of number 11 Indiana Wesleyan, the team that they swept earlier this season, and 2 games up on this Taylor club. Now 3 after the game 1 win. Little soft check swing, tails foul from Abby Wyrie up the first base side for a strike. Taylor comes in third. They're 2 games up with a 3-way tie behind them for 4th of Huntington, St. Francis, and Mount Vernon Nazarene. They swept St. Francis, they split with Huntington, and they've yet to play MVNU. Taylor just 1 game back of Indiana Wesleyan when play started. 0-1 at the shoe tops for a ball. Our umpires today, same 2 that we had in game 1. Tracy Faker's behind the plate, and Paul Hines is out in the field. 1 out, no one on as the sun sets to our left. Big swing and a miss from Wyrie, and the count goes to 1-2. Wyrie was the starting right fielder in game 1. She's in left here in game 2. She went 0 for 3. Hard hit here towards Wilson and left, her counterpart. And T. Wilson comes in, makes the catch. 2 up and 2 down, both on flyouts to the Trojans' 5th-year senior, Taylor Wilson.
Number 7,
and it brings up the third baseman, Caitlin Phillips. Phillips with that Apple Watch on her left wrist, steps in for the lefty bat. Sophomore out of Crown Point, Indiana. And she'll bunt this one off a home plate, 0-1. Crown Point, of course, the crown jewel of Northwest Indiana. And I say that because my father's side of the family is from Crown Point. Phillips with a hit in game 1. The slapper chops it to the left, 0-2. Marian not a big roster. They've got talent up and down it. And they also sprinkle in a couple different slap hitters at different points of the lineup, which is a lot different than what you see where normally your slap hitters are right at the top of the order. 0-2 with 2 outs. Kanai keeps this one away. Trying to shoulder it down was Whitman. For ball 1, count goes to 1-2. Phillips lined out. Had a single. She also reached base 3 times in game 1, even though she went 1 for 4. Reached twice on fielder's choices and had a single as well. That 11-inning affair in game 1. 1-2. Lifts this one softly in the air off the ricochet of the netting. She'll step back in. It remains 1-2. It's a 1-0 Marian lead. Can I retire the first 2 batters in order, then a double, a walk, and the RBI single by Sierra Norman is the difference right now. 1-2 at the knees, just a hair low on that outside corner. 2-2 to the slapping Phillips. Who now has a hit in her last 3 games. Trying to make it 4 straight in her first plate appearance here of game 2. 2-2, late swing as that one tails out off the top of the Taylor dugout. And it remains even at a 2-ball, 2-strike count. A healthy amount of home games here for Taylor this week. They're back here Friday against the previously mentioned Mount Vernon Nazarene, and then 3 o'clock start Saturday against Bethel. Check swing back again, and this one will be foul. It stays 2-2 to the slapping lefty, Caitlin Phillips. Then Taylor on the road next Tuesday against Spring Arbor. Here at home against Aquinas next Thursday. And then on the road at Indiana Wesleyan a week from Saturday. Plenty of Taylor softball here from Goodokun's Field tonight, Friday, and then coming up Saturday. What should be a splendid weekend here in Upland, Indiana. 2-2, ground ball left side will just dart foul. Diving after it was Evans. Took a hard left-hand turn on the outside of that chalk. And it remains even at 2-2, does the count. These 2 teams will meet up again towards the end of the season on a Saturday in April 24th, down in Indianapolis. 2-2 infield plays in. Outside corner, trying to bring it back across, and Whitman did for a looking strike 3. As the Taylor baseball team really likes that strike 3 call down below us. We head to the bottom of the second with Taylor still down by 1.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Bottom of the second, Lauren Kenai, the pitcher, will try to help out her own cause here, as Taylor went down in order in the first. Kenai, Mahalik, and Wilson. With Taylor down by 1, game 2 of the doubleheader with number 6, Marian, right at the letters, taken for a strike across the middle, 0-1 to Lauren Kenai, who struggled in game number 1. She had a couple bunts she tried to lay down that missed. She did reach on an error in the 9th to lead that inning off when Taylor tried to break the scoreless deadlock. Second one, check swing, pops up foul ground, racing after and making a basket catch is Shelby Stotts. We saw her flash the leather and left in game 1. She dons the catcher's gear here in game 2, and no slouch in foul ground. 1 up and 1 down for Taylor here in the second. As Kenai now 0 for 6 in the doubleheader here with Marian today, brings up Kristen Mahalik, the first baseman. First pitch, sidewinder in for a strike right at the belt. Kristen 0 for 3 in game 1. She also had one of those misplayed bunts for the Trojans, trying to sacrifice herself over. Sits on one here, lines it into left field, going back and making a jumping catch in deep left field is Abby Wyrie. As Kenai tried to drive one out of here to tie the game at 1 instead. It's 5 up and 5 down for Taylor here through 1 2/3. It'll bring up the 5th-year senior, Taylor Wilson. Taylor batted in the 9 spot of game 1. She's batting out of the 6 hole here in game 2. She's one of Taylor's better batters in game 1, going 2 for 4. Right down the middle, 27 in purple and white with purple pinstripes, takes it for a strike. Just 1 extra base hit between the two teams, and they had 14 hits in game number 1 combined, but only 1 for extra bases. Taylor still looking for their first extra base knock of the doubleheader. Kenai, a late swing off the end of the bat. She falls behind 0-2 as that foul ball gets out of play. Nobody on, 2 outs. The wind still blowing hard out towards left center field. 2 strikes to Wilson. Gilliam, the righty into the windup, rocks back and brings some of the right-handed delivery. A rise ball that's way upstairs, 1-2. Taylor Wilson, the 5th-year senior from Indianapolis and Franklin Central High School. Her cousin Paige Wilson graduated a year ago. Sun creeps out behind the clouds to our left, casting long shadows across the infield dirt. 2-2 changeup. Wilson gives it a ride towards right. Foster comes in, makes the catch on the run, and Taylor retired in order again here in the second. 6 up and 6 down for Taylor as we head to the top of the 3rd with Marian out front 1-0.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University.
2 innings in the books here of game 2 of our doubleheader. First one went 11, a marathon that Marian won 1-0 in their longest game since 2019. The 11-inning affair, one of the longest for Taylor in the last 8 years. First pitch bounced to West. She fumbles with it. She won't make the play as he got handcuffed on the quick swing and the speedy wheels of Savannah Harwager gets her safely at first on a one-hopper to West over there at first. They're going to give it a hit. You could have given it an error if you wanted to, because pretty routine hit right to her. Just fumbled it from the mitt to the hand. And a base runner on, and now there'll be two as this one ripped into left by this week's Crossroads League Player of the Week in Cadle. So a quick start here for Marian. First two batters on with nobody out as they try to expand. On their 1-0 lead. So an error by West on the fumbled delivery. Then this one gets between Whitman's legs on a pass ball. And now it's second and third here for Marian as everything going against Taylor in the early stages of this third inning. Just the third pass ball for Ashton Whitman this season. With this deadly Marian offense with Stotts, who had a double in inning number 1 at the plate. Up 1-0 in the count. This one at the belt, outside half to make it 1-1. A 1-0 Marian lead, an error by West as she fumbled with the ball and transferring it from the mitt to the hand, and then a single into left by Cadle. And then they move up second and third. On the pass ball, 1-1 to the outside corner, high and away, snagged out of the air by Whitman, 2-1. Count is 1 ball and 2 strikes as we hear from our home plate umpire, Tracy Faker. So the count 1 ball, 2 strikes. First pitch was a strike, then the ball, and then a strike. Didn't get the signal from home plate umpire Faker, but our crowd mic picked her up, talking things over with head coach Scott Fleming at third for Marian. The 1-2, right back up the middle. Abruzzo comes in. She'll check up and let it bounce in front of her. The first 3 batters have reached base safely, and 1 has come in to score. An RBI single here by Shelby Stotts, who's now 2 for 2 in game 2, and it's a 2-0 Marian lead with nobody out here in the second.
Batting number 20, Reagan Hyatt.
The DP, Reagan Hyatt, will dig in. She walked her first time up. She was the catcher in game number 1. But a picture-perfect start for Marian here in the third, leading 2-0 with nobody out. She shows bunt, misses. Runner heads down to second. Throw it back down to third. Not in time. Scoring from third, and then a throw back over to the bag. And advancing to third base is going to be number 5, Stotts. Scoring on the double steal will be Cadle, scoring from third on the stolen base. A stolen base gets Stotts over to second, and then she advances on a throw in the dirt from Evans as both runners were about halfway between the respective bases. Whitman tried to fire it down to third, and right when Cadle saw the ball leave her hand, that's when she took and headed down to third. Evans trying to turn and get the out at second is a low throw that Tucker West could not pick. And now this one lifted in the air on the 0-1, coming in Abruzzo. She got the first out of the inning. Not tagging and trying to score smartly was Stotts. And there's a much-needed first out here of the contest, or here of the third. It's a 3-0 Marian lead. All 3 runs have been earned here for the Knights, and we see their base-stealing prowess here so far early on in Game 2 after they did not attempt a stolen base in Game number 1, or they did, stealing just 1. Ground ball left side. West at short, looks the runner back to third, throw to first in time, pulls Mahalik off the bag. And she'll be first and third as the Trojans continue to have things go against them here in this third inning. It looked like Mahalik could have stayed on the bag, but she came off, and it'll be first and third. So another error on the board here for the Trojans. 3 of them here in this inning. Ground ball to West at short, looks the runner back to third, hesitates to throw to first, and scoring from third is going to be Stotts. Right when West turned her head and hesitated to throw over to the bag, that's when Stotts headed down to third. She's in there safe. There's out number 2 here on the board. And move Norman up to second. So an RBI ground out for Foster. 2 outs for the center fielder, Lainey Herren. And the runner is Norman at second. And a 4-0 Marian lead here in this third inning with 2 outs and a ball to Herren low. Second one, check swing, slapping Herren, misses 1-1. A much better start for Marian, as it took 11 innings for the Knights to get 1 run in. It was the only run that they needed. They've got 4 here so far with 2 outs, sitting in the 3rd and a runner standing at 2nd. Infield plays in, pop up to the left side. Coming in is the left fielder Taylor Wilson. She grabs it. But 3 runs for Marian as the first 3 batters reach base and come around to score. And it will be a 4-0 Marian lead as we head to the bottom of the 3rd here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
So Taylor down by their biggest margin today, down 4-0. They've yet to get a base runner on. 6 up and 6 down for Jayla Gilliam as she faces off with the 3rd baseman Maddie Evans to start the bottom of the 3rd. First pitch gives it a ride to right. Foster comes in from right, a couple steps in front of the track, and that's 7 up and 7 down for Taylor to try to jump on the right-hander Gilliam. 1 gone, nobody on for the right fielder Caitlin Grimm. As Grimm comes in 0 for 3 in game number 1. Her first at-bat here of game 2. Taylor trying to get their first base runner on here against Gilliam in the nightcap. High and away on the outside part of the plate, 1-0. Grimm, the 5'3" sophomore from nearby Muncie, Indiana, the former high school teammate at Yorktown High School of second baseman Kara Tucker. Gilliam spins the ball on her right hip. Second one comes home right in the wheelhouse that Grimm will lift into right field. First hit of the day for the Trojans. Breaks the 7 up, 7 down streak for Gilliam. And Taylor's got a base runner on for the first time here in the nightcap, trying to cut in to this 4-0 hole. So here comes the center fielder Abruzzo, 5'3" transfer from Wayne State University. And like she normally has throughout the majority of the year, she will play the field at center field in game 1. She will bat in game 2. But a good bat in her hands, 235 the average with 2 doubles and a triple with some good speed if she can find her way on. Taylor down 4-0 here in the 3rd, trying to get some runs in this 3rd stanza. Abruzzo fouls the first one back. 0-1. With Grimm standing at first after her 1-out looping single to right field. A marathon game 1 that ends in the 11th. As the Trojans had multiple opportunities there late in the 8th, 9th, and 10th innings to win it when the game was still at 0. A wide zone here from Tracy Faker, our home plate umpire, as that one was about a ball and a half off the plate. Stotts brought it over within the edge of the zip code of the plate, and it's called for strike 2. So a much wider zone than what we saw from Paul Hines in game 1. We'll see if Abruzzo can make the adjustment here. Down on the count, 0-2. 1 out and a runner at first. This one way off the plate, opposite batter's box for ball 1. As some of the fans down below us giving a warning from our home plate umpire, Tracy Faker. They are not happy with some of the razzing they were giving to the field. 1-2. Abruzzo pulls it to the right, foul. She tried to jump on one on the inside half. With the loss in game 1, Taylor falls to 19-8, 7-4 in league action. Marian improves to 21-6, 10-1 in the Crossroads League, and they avoid dropping their 2nd game in a row for the first time maybe in the last 8 years. It feels like they just never lose 2 games in a row, ever. The 1-2. Abruzzo sits right back up the middle, softly snagged by Gilliam in the circle, on to first for the force out there. Move Grimm up to second base, but there are 2 outs on the board here for the Trojans, and brings up Emma West in the top of the order. The 6 losses for Marian, their most in the last 3 seasons. But that was the year when they went 52-7. So when you win 52 games, losing 7 games isn't really a lot at all. They lost just 2 games last year before the season was canceled. First one to West, chopper up the middle, out of the reach of the pitcher, on to first by Cadle, the second baseman, who backs it up, and Taylor leaves a runner stranded. We're through 3 here from Gudekunst Field. Number 6 Marian leads Taylor 4-0 as we head to the top of the 4th here on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Eight, 9, and 1 coming up for Marian as we start play here in the 4th. It'll be a first pitch strike to Abby Wyrie, the left fielder. She bats for the 2nd time today. Hard hit left side. It'll land just outside the left field foul chalk. On a good piece of hitting there from Wyrie, just a little foul. She tries to get on for the first time today. She flew out to left, and Taylor Wilson her first time up. 4-0 the Marian lead as they bat here in the top of the 4th, looking to sweep the doubleheader here against Taylor after winning Game 1, 1-0 in 11 innings. 0-2 off speed in fair play this time. Evans will field it in foul ground, however. And Tracy Faker, our home plate umpire, will call the play dead, and it will bring Wyrie back to the plate. Wyrie walked in Game 1, the only time she got on base in the opener, going 0 for 3. Swings and misses at 1 low. Whitman keeps the ball in her mitt, scooping it off the dirt. First strikeout for Kenai today, and there's 1 gone here in the 4th for Marian as they lead 4-0. Loss in Game 1. Taylor just their 3rd one here at home. Marian now improves to 10-5 on the road. A much better team at home at 11-1. Phillips fouls the first one away to the left. She struck out looking to round out a 1-2-3 top of the 2nd. But 1 in the 1st, 3 in the 3rd here so far for Marian, as their offense much better here against Kenai than they were against Evans in the opener. Ground ball up the middle. Scooping and firing is Tucker at 2nd. Leading out and snagging it is Mahalik at 1st. Nice play from Tucker, who made some wonderful plays defensively for Taylor in the opener. 2 up and 2 down in the 4th as Kenai tries to keep it at just a 4-0 margin. And that brings us back to the top of the Marian order and Savannah Harwager, who is 0 for 2. She reached to start last inning off on the bobble by West, trying to transfer the ball to her mitt. Bounce from the middle, over the jumping Kenai, snagging it as West. She can't make the play as Harwager has got wheels for days. Her first hit will extend the top of the 4th with a 1-out single and a bouncing ball up the middle. An excellent looking little poke there as it bounced over the jumping Kenai. West came flying in from short, but the excellent wheels from the lefty Harwager, she's already down to 1st, and so West had to eat it. Off-speed pitch to this week's Crossroads League Player of the Week, Cadle, is called for a strike on the outer half. She's 1 for 2 today here in Game 2. 4-0 Marian lead. The 0-1 fouled back. As Marian trying to avoid stranding their 4th runner of the day. They've already pushed 4 runners home. And they lead 4-1 on the back of 5 hits. Kenai, the righty, comes home. 0-2 runner goes. Bouncing ball left side. Evans will field it in foul ground by a ball width as she straddles that 3rd base chalk line. Still 0-2. Cato grounded out to West her first time up, and then singled and scored on a double steal last inning in the 3rd. Wind still blowing out towards left center. The 0-2. Off speed, hard hit, and it'll go foul once again. Last two pitches have been inside from Kanai. We'll see if she wants to go outside and try to make Cato play one of the opposite way where Grimm is patrolling in right. Righty versus righty. Kanai wasting a little time. Another 0-2. This one in the dirt. Bounces in well short. Easily in there, standing up on a stolen base will be Savannah Harweger. Third stolen base here of game 2 for Marian after having just one in game 1. And it's 1-2 for the batter, Cato. The pitch. Hard hit left side in fair territory. Snagged by Evans. She sets her feet. A high throw that Mahalik will easily snag. And the 2-out single provides no damage. We're through 3.5 with Taylor down 4-0 to number 6, Marian.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
For 4-0 Taylor Holes. Kara Tucker leads off the bottom of the 4th. Taylor with one hit today here so far in the nightcap. Coming inside is the righty Gilliam for a ball. Tucker was hitless in the opener after getting a pair of hits at least once. Getting one hit, I should say, in both games against Goshen Saturday. Second one to the outside corner for a called strike. Tucker, Whitman, and Kanai, the 3 up for Taylor here in the bottom of the 4th as they trail by 4. 1-1 to Tucker. She leads it off. That one below the knees, called for ball number 2. Marian in the all-whites today. Taylor in the home whites with purple pinstripes and the purple letters. Marian with their light yellow letters and numbers. 2-1 to Tucker. Sits on one that floats in right at the letters. Started off at her eyes and then dropped in at the letters to make it 2-2. As the Taylor second baseman leads things off here in this bottom of the 4th. As Taylor trying to battle back, down 4-0. The 2-2. Golfing it is Tucker towards right field. Coming in is Foster. Backpedaling is Cato. And the Crossroads League Player of the Week this week makes a catch in shallow right center. 1 up and 1 down for Taylor here in the 4th on a good play by Cato. As Tucker now 0 for 2 here in game 2 so far. Ashton Whitman will try to change it. She was up with 2 outs in the bottom of the 10th of game 1. Then grounded into a fielder's choice that ended the Taylor threat. Big swing here as that one will come up empty. Strike 1 to Ashton Whitman. But Taylor will look back at the 8th, 9th, and 10th innings of game 1. Had opportunities with a winning run on the bases with minimal outs, and each time as Whitman sends it in the air, snagging it on the run is Harweger for out number 2 as she had to range hard to her right or left. The Trojans will look back at those missed opportunities late in game 1. They had runners at first and second with 1 out in the 8th. They had the leadoff batter on in the 9th, couldn't move her around from first. And then the 10th had the winning run, loaded them up with minimal outs. In the 10th, Kanai takes this one to the outside corner for a strike. And then the 11th, they had the tying run at third with 2 outs, but could not drive her in. So missed opportunities for Taylor up and down the board in the opener. A strike here as Taylor trails by 4 in game 2. Right down the middle at the knees on a fastball freezes Kanai for strike 2. As we look out in left center field, we see former head coach Brad Bowser coming in to see how his former ball club is doing here. They trail by 4 in the bottom of the 4th. Kenai down on the count 0-2. Floating that one in short was Gilliam. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mahalik, the first baseman, awaits on deck. As Gilliam rubs her right hand in the dirt to get some grip. The temperature's dropping with the sun setting. 1-2 delivery. Off the end of the bat, popped into the air, trying to find in the sky. As Stotts, the catcher, makes the grab, almost standing right on top of home plate. That's the third 1-2-3 inning dealt by Gilliam in the first 4 innings. 4 innings in the books here from Gudekunst Field. It's number 6 Marian 4, Taylor nothing on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
New pitcher in for the Trojans will be Cassie Lewis. Lauren Kenai will move to the designated player spot. And she'll take on Shelby Stotts to start Will Lewis. Fastball low and away for a ball. Kenai's afternoon comes to a close after 4 innings. She gives up 5 hits, 4 runs, 2 earned. She walked 1 and struck out 1. Lewis took the loss in game 1, entered in just the 11th. They gave up that single run, which was unearned because of the international tiebreaker rule, the runner starting at second. Second offering is called for a strike. Stotts, Hyatt, and then Norman to follow with a 4-0 Marian lead as they bat here in the top of the 5th. Upstairs from the righty Lewis, 2-1. This will be the 17th appearance for Cassie this season. She entered the day with a 3.31 ERA. Her record now sits at 2-2 after the game 1 loss. 2-1 off the end of the bat, right side. Grimm rushing in. She'll make the catch above her head just inside the right field foul line on a good swing there from Stotts. First time that Stotts has been retired here in game 2 after singling and doubling her first 2 times at the plate. 1 gone in the 5th for the visiting Knights, the 6th ranked team in the land. And the batter will be Reagan Hyatt, the DP here in game 2, the catcher in game 1. Third plate appearance for Hyatt. Inside Lewis, cannot find that inside corner. As you can see her smiling from ear to ear. Knew how close she was smiling through that white face mask. Hyatt 0 for 2, walked and flew out to a bruise 0 in center back in the 3rd. Second one, down the middle, golfing it out of play for strike number 1. Hyatt 1 hit in game number 1, broke out of a slump that she had been in, going 0 for 7 against Mountain Vernon Nazarene Saturday, and then started game 1 going 0 for 2. She finished going 1 for 5 with 3 strikeouts, but a single might have kind of righted the ship a little bit for 20 and white. Sits on one here, off speed, floats in to make it 1-2. Good looking pitch there from Lewis as it froze Hyatt there at the dish. 1 out, no one on here in the 5th, with Marian leading Taylor 4-0 in the nightcap. 1-2 from Lewis. Hyatt swings and lifts it to right. Grimm with a beat on it. Tucker there as well. Grimm comes in, almost made the catch. And she had plenty of room to work with the protective fencing that separates the dugouts from the field of play ending, and so Grimm could run with no worries of plastering into the fence. She ran out of real estate, though, and just couldn't get to the ball in time. It lands foul, but a good hustle there from Grimm in right field. Still a ball and 2 strikes. The base is vacant and 1 gone as the lights start to take hold here at Goodokoon's Field. The 1-2 again, down the middle. Hyatt, ground ball right side, just past the diving effort of Kara Tucker at second. Second hit of the doubleheader here for the DP Hyatt, and there's a runner on with 1 out here for Marian, and it looks like a pinch runner will be coming on here for the Knights in place of Hyatt over at first. First inning of work here for Lewis, and the pinch runner will be Lauren Landis. So we've seen Lauren Landis pinch run in game number 1. She comes into pinch run here in game 2, and Sierra Norman will be the batter here for the Knights. Norman with the RBI single to give Marian a 1-0 lead in game number in this game here. She had the game-winning hit at the top of the 11th of game 1 earlier. So a good afternoon for Norman. Goes after the first one and lifts it back for a strike. Norman one for 2, but she's reached base safely twice. Sits on a changeup here that darts in as Lewis with an ear-to-ear grin, knowing that she fooled Norman with that second one. And now, can she get the last strikeout? The last strike for Lewis's first K here of the outing so far. Cassie wasting little time. The 0-2 comes home. Off the end of the bat, Norman protects to right field territory. Just a couple steps shy was Grimm. It stays 0-2. Norman, the 5'8 freshman from Columbus, Indiana, and Columbus North High School. She and Maddie Foster, her teammate, former high school foes, with Norman going to North and Maddie Foster going to Columbus East. 0-2 off the handle of the bat, foul territory, third base side, but it'll catch the netting and fall down, still 0-2. Good crowd here on hand at Goodokoon's Field on a beautiful day, starting to get a little bit colder. Here's the sun sets back to our left. A 4-0 Marian lead as that sun creeps out from behind the clouds. 0-2 Norman sits on one of the outside corner, just misses its mark. We've seen a wider zone here in game number 2. Lewis can't find the zone this time. There's the first ball of the at-bat to Sierra Norman. Landis pinch running at first with 1 out. Inside pitch, a little nubber off the end of the bat. Backhand stab by Lewis, turns and fires, gets the force out at first. And Newman retired for the first time today, moves the runner up to second, but there are 2 outs here in the 5th for Marian. They lead 4-0. Not the easiest play for Lewis to make there in the circle, but able to get there in time as she moved to her right, our left. And it brings up Maddie Foster, the right fielder. Outside corner, Lewis takes, fires it in there for a strike. Foster 0 for 2 today. Was out in inning number 1 on a check swing that went foul. Chases a rise ball above her head and is quickly 0-2. But that Foster check swing, the bat did not come all the way around, so it went down as a bunt, and with 2 strikes, it was out number 3. And she had an RBI ground out in the 3rd. Down 0-2 here with 2 outs. Runner at second, chops this one foul off the opposite batter's box. We'll do it all again. 6 hits for Marian here in game 2, just 1 for extra bases. That was the double by Stotts back in the 1st. It's been death by 1,000 cuts here for the Marian offense outside of that extra base knock. 0-2 outside, ground ball to the left. Couple bounces to West at short, fields and fires, and that will be out number 3. So Lewis works around a 1-out single to put another 0 up on the board, but Taylor needs to get the offense going here in the bottom of the 5th, trailing 4-0 against number 6 Marian.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Five, 6, and 7 coming up for Taylor here in the bottom of the fifth, needing some runs and needing them quick as they trail 4-0. It's number 6, Marian. The first baseman, Kristen Mahalik, lifts the first one she gets into right, drops in front of the right fielder, Maddie Foster, and the second hit for the Trojans is on the board, and a good way to start things off here in the fifth. As Jayla Gilliam has been having Taylor's number here to start. Kristen Mahalik will exit. Nicole Brindle will come in to pinch run for the Trojans over at first.
Pinch running for the Trojans, number 34, Nicole Brindle. Batting for the Trojans, number 27, Taylor Wilson.
Brindle, the professional runner for the Trojans, takes her normal spot. And we'll see if Wilson can move her around here. Wilson batting for the second time. She's 0 for 1 here in game 2. Was good in game 1, going 2 for 4. Shows a bunt. This one right back up the middle. Gilliam Fields gets the force out at second on a 1-4 put out. And Brindle moves up to first. Taylor trying to manufacture a run here. One of the rare times that Taylor's been able to get a sack bunt down. That came back to bite him in game 1. But Wilson, this fifth-year senior, drops it calmly down here. And now the third baseman, Maddie Evans, will try to help things out here as Taylor trails by 4 in the fifth.
Now batting number 32, Maddie Evans.
Evans went after the first one she got from Gilliam back in the third and flew out to Foster and right. We'll see if she tries to jump on one here, try to let Gilliam deal her a couple of different pitches and see what she's got. Brindle at second, running for Mahalik, who had a leadoff single. First going after the first one, Evans. Hard hit to the left and pulls it foul. Evans was 0 for 4 in game 1. She was the winning run as the international tiebreaker rule in the 10th got all the way to third base. But Taylor left her stranded there, then lost in the bottom of the 11th. But Evans had a 2-out double looking like that in the 7th, but Stotts, the now catcher, dove and robbed her that opportunity. Gilliam fires in a changeup at the knees, taken for strike 2. So Stotts has played well behind the plate here in game 2. She was a rock star in left. Again, with 2 outs and no one on in that 7th inning, Evans ripped one to the gap, but a diving Stotts sent us to extra innings, which Marian would eventually win in 11. 1 out, runner at second here in the 5th. Evans sits on one and puts a charge net to left. They will not catch this one. It'll land at the bottom of the fence. Brindle hustling around from second, and the Trojans' first extra base hit as Evans turns and claps to her dugout. It's a 4-1 Taylor deficit as Evans got a hold of one and ripped it to left. First extra base hit for Taylor of the doubleheader. And the Trojans finally on the board, now trailing by 3. And can Grimm keep the hit parade rolling here with only 1 gone in the 5th? Gilliam comes home. Grimm will send the first one into the air and foul. Grimm broke up the perfect game for Gilliam in the 3rd with a 1-out single. Mahalik single to start the inning off. Brindle came in to run for her. A sac bunt from Wilson moved her to second. And then Evans scored Brindle with ease. Doubling to left. 1 batter ago. A strike to the lefty, Grimm. Pulls it to the right, but was too far in front of one as she tried to pull it up the right field line. And if she did, that would have been extra bases for sure as Maddie Foster was playing well off that right field foul line. You hear the Taylor dugout encouraging Grimm to our left. A 4-1 Taylor deficit now with 1 gone. Runner at second here in the bottom of the 5th. Nothing in 2 to Grimm from the righty Gilliam. Shakes off the first one. The second one comes home up in the air. Evans with a big lead off a second, but snagging it was Stotts. 1-2. The center fielder, Alexia Abruzzo, eagerly waiting on deck. One-two to Grimm. Opposite batter's box, Gilliam floats it in. Excellent eye from Grimm. And the count evens up at 2-2. And Stotts will call time and talk things over with the freshman right-hander. And that was a quick chat as Stotts jogs back behind home plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the sophomore right fielder, Caitlin Grimm. With Evans at second base after the RBI double. Grimm pops it into the air. Stotts trying to maneuver around Tracy Faker, our home plate umpire. And that one lands in row 4 to our right. And it stays 2-2. Grimm has found a couple off with some pace here as of late. See if she can turn on one and get it to the field of play. Big gap there in right center field for the lefty Grimm. 2-2, that's exactly where she's going to send this bad boy. Evans will score from second base. Grimm will check up at first. And back-to-back hits for the Trojans have drawn them to within 2. So can the Trojans keep things rolling here after struggling to find their footing? Early on in this game, 2 runs with 1 out here in the 5th. And time will be called as Scott Fleming, the 18th year head coach at Marian, comes out to talk things over in the circle with the entire infield. Fleming's had an interesting time at Marian. Again, 18th season leading the softball program, but he's also spent time as an assistant basketball coach twice, actually, if I remember correctly. He might have been an assistant coach under John Grimes, who the court's been named after, and he might have also been a first-year assistant. I don't think for Scott Hetty, but I think he might have been an assistant coach on the basketball team in recent memory. But has always been the softball coach. Has coached a couple other sports down there for Marian as well. So the lefty Abruzzo digs in, with Taylor pushing 2 runs across here in the 5th. Now trailed by 2, and Grimm, the runner at first, and that wide strike zone comes back to hurt Abruzzo with one on the outside corner. And it seems to be really wide for these lefties on the outside corner, away from them, not so much for the right-handed batters. Corner infielders playing in for the lefty Abruzzo. Swings away, but lets that one sail above her head for 1-1. Abruzzo grounded out to Gilliam in the circle, her only time up today. The only out of the inning so far is the sac bunt from Taylor Wilson to move Brindle from first to second. She has come around to score on the Evans double. And then Grimm scored Evans with an RBI single. Third one to Abruzzo. That almost nicked her in the right elbow. And now the Marian fans wondering where that big strike zone was for the inside pitch to Abruzzo for ball 2. 1 out, bottom of the 5th. Taylor trying to put something together here. They came in no runs and only 1 hit. They've got 2 runs and 3 hits so far in the frame. Abruzzo into the air, softly towards the shallow field. Cadle goes sprinting backwards. You're going to find few players that are as good backpedaling to make a catch above their head than Cassidy Cadle. Puts 2 outs on the board and turns the lineup over to the shortstop, Emma West. Emma, after going 3 for 4 with a walk in game 1, still looking for that first hit here of game 2. She's tying run at the plate with Taylor down 4-2 in the 5th. Try to slap her way on, sends it straight back for a strike. This is the best offensive inning for Taylor tonight here in game 2. It's the 6th batter to reach the plate here against Gilliam, who's been locked and loaded, retiring the first 7 batters she faced tonight. And only allowing 1 hit through the first 4. Taylor's touched her up for 2 runs and 3 hits here so far in the 5th. The righty Gilliam against the lefty West. Punch bunt back up the middle. Might be trouble for Marian. Bare hand try down to first. No way. Phillips way late as bunt in single for Emma West, her first hit. And the Trojans will have a pinch hitter coming up in the form of Jacqueline Riles for Kara Tucker. The Taylor baseball guys down below us like that one a lot from West. And so now second and first for Taylor and Jacqueline Riles, the senior from Brownsburg, Indiana. She comes into bat for Kara Tucker, who's 0 for 2 here in game 2. Riles 2 for 5 this season. Did not play against Goshen on Saturday. But a big spot here for 15 in white with purple pinstripes. She's the go-ahead run at the plate. Riles with some good pop in that bat. She's got runners at second and first, 2 outs in the 5th. As Riles pinch hits for Tucker here in the 5th inning. First one taken at the knees, outer half for a called strike. Ashton Whitman looming on deck if Riles can find her way on here. A 2-out bunt single with the infield playing back. Got West to first, moved Grimm to second. Outside half, this one below the knees as Riles will watch the count maneuver to 1-1. Jacqueline had a game-winning hit in her very first collegiate at-bat here on this field 3 years ago against Rio Grande. The 1-1. Swings and misses hard, comes up empty on a big cut to the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes, so 2 outs and the tying runs on here for Taylor in the 5th. Taylor's gotten some timely hits here in the inning. They could really use another one here. That's been the one thorn in their side throughout this season. 1-2. The pinch hitting Riles didn't want to swing that. She took one at the very last moment on a slow-moving changeup from Gilliam. And the Trojans leave the tying runners on. We head to the 6th. Taylor's gotten 2 back. They trail 4-2 after 5 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Kara Tucker comes back into play second as we start the top of the 6th with the bottom third of the Marian order coming up. Lainey Horan, Abby Wyrie, and Caitlin Phillips. The 4-0 lead, 1 bouncer on the bunt. Evans fires a missile down to second, and Tucker's there to cover as they get the speedy Horan out for out number 1. Nicely done by Evans as Lewis gets her second inning of work here in the circle. 2 runs on 4 hits for Taylor in the bottom of the 5th to cut their deficit to 4-2. 1 out for the left fielder, Abby Wyrie. First pitch swinging, hits it hard towards center field. Going back in the gap is Abruzzo, makes the catch above her head. 2 up and 2 down on 2 pitches here in this 6th inning. As Wyrie now 0 for 3 on the night here in game 2, and it'll be Caitlin Phillips trying to extend the top of the 6th with another 2-out hit for Marian, which they've seemed to find in bunches here as of late. Infield plays in for the slap hitting Phillips. Lewis fires one in high for a ball. Phillips is 0 for 2 tonight with a looking strikeout and a ground out to Tucker at second base. Evans and Mahalik come in from the corners. Right at the knees, but Whitman can't frame it up as it just dipped low, 2-0. 6 hits for Marian, 5 for Taylor. It's a 4-2 Knights lead after the 2 teams went 11 innings with Marian coming out on top 1-0. 2-0, in and out of the glove of Whitman. No damage done with no base runners on. But it's 3-0 with 2 outs here for Caitlin Phillips, the lefty third baseman. Three hits coming with 2 outs today. Phillips pulls the bunt back, and it'll be ball 4. Maddie Evans can't believe it. The Taylor fans can't believe it. Head coach Aaron Bellinger can't believe it. That one looked to be right at the letters on the inside half, but it's a 4-pitch walk.
Now batting number 30, Savannah Harley.
Okay. So a 2-out walk puts Phillips at first. Top of the order comes up in Savannah Harwager, excuse me. He's reached base safely twice here in the nightcap. And that one at the letters. And that was the same exact spot that we just saw that walked Phillips down to first. A strike here to Harwager. With 2 outs and a runner at first, Marian's lead is at 4-2. Outside corner, trying to frame it was Whitman. Could not, as that one outside on the plate. And it's 1-1 to Harwager, who reached on an error in the third and then singled up the middle in the fourth. He scored back in that third inning as well. In the dirt, runner goes, Whitman throws, Tucker covers, throw not in time. Just getting there underneath the tag is the speedy Phillips. Taylor fans unhappy with it. That was a bang-bang play. Normally Whitman with a rocket for an arm behind home plate just shortchanged it a little bit. And that gave Phillips just enough time to slide it under the tag of Kara Tucker. 2-1 the count here to Harwager. Harwager lifts it into left. Wilson going back. She camps underneath, and no damage done after the 2-out single. To the bottom of the 6th we go, with Taylor now trailing by 2, 4-2 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
So the catcher, Ashton Whitman, will lead off the bottom of the 6th. Outs running out for Taylor here in Game 2 against Marian, trailing 4-2. Ashton struggling here at the plate today. Sits on a looping breaking ball that drops in for a strike on the outside half. Ashton is 0 for 2 in the game so far. For the doubleheader today, she's 0 for 6. The 1-strike pitch. Big cut, but she'll miss on a breaking ball away, and it's quickly 0-2. With Kanai to follow, and then Mahalik after that. Taylor scored 2 runs on 4 hits in the bottom of the first, left the tying runner stranded, and they're still down 4-2 as they begin play here in the 6th. 2 strikes to Whitman. Watches that one and bounce about 1.5 feet ahead in the dirt, 1-2. Lights have almost completely taken hold of our Gudekunst Field surface with the sun setting off behind us and gone out of sight on this Tuesday night. 1-2. Off the end of the bat into left and drops in for a hit for Ashton Whitman, her first hit of the doubleheader. And now with the power bat of Kanai stepping to the plate, the Trojans have an opportunity to tie it with 1 swing of the bat. 6th hit for Taylor. Their 5th in the last 2 innings after having just 1 hit through the first 4. So can now Taylor lock in here and put some pressure on Jayla Gilliam, who's been a rock star on the circle for Marian here so far in Game 2. Kanai tried to go after the first one. She missed at one on the outside corner, 0-1. Kanai was 0 for 5 in Game 1, reaching on an error. She's 0 for 2 so far here in the nightcap. Second one. Back to the outside corner. That one well off the plate, 1-1. The Taylor dugout trying to will Kanai on here. 6 hits aside, each team with 1 extra base hit, a double. 4-2 though, the deficit for Taylor. That one below the knees. Kanai looked back over her shoulder trying to see how close that one was to being strike 2. It was close, but it goes in as ball 2. 2-1, Whitman at first after the leadoff single. Righty versus righty. Gilliam comes home, 2-1. Kanai pops it up over everyone's heads and out to the grass to our left, 2-2. The 2-1 there about at the knees of Kanai. That's a little bit off target on that swing. The count levels 2-2 with the first baseman Mahalik waiting on deck. Gilliam comes home. Sitting on a changeup and looping it into left. Nice piece of hitting from Kanai. Back-to-back singles from the Michigan natives, Whitman and now Kanai. As Two and White finally gets her first hit of the doubleheader, and now Mahalik is the go-ahead run at the plate. And this might be a pitching change here for Marian, as Scott Fleming comes out to talk things over the infield for the second time in as many innings. Good job by Kanai. She has struggled a lot with those off-speed pitches. Gilliam's afternoon comes to a close. And coming in will be number 14, Abigail McPherson. So we'll take a break and introduce you to McPherson when we come back next on the Trojan Sports Network.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body. And its favorite place to be is home. Marian General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
Abigail McPherson, the 5'7" right-handed freshman, comes in to relieve her classmate Jayla Gilliam, with the tying runners on and Kristen Mahalik at the plate. 4-2 game, bottom of the sixth, high and away from the righty McPherson for a ball. The starter Gilliam responsible for the two runners on the bases right here. She threw 70 pitches. She went 5 innings, allowed 7 hits and 2 runs. A ball to Mahalik. Low and away for ball 2. As Kristen singled and scored her last time up, she's 1 for 2. It's Whitman standing at second, Kanai behind her at first after back-to-back singles, both to left field. Mahalik ahead in the count, 2-1. Inside, right on the inside corner, 2-1. McPherson on the year, 5-1. Her first loss came Saturday in Game 2 in the 1-0 setback to Mount Vernon Nazarene. She allowed just 3 hits and struck out 5. Her ERA coming in at 1.96 in her 12th appearance of the year, her 5th in relief. Down the middle, Mahalik smacks it right past McPherson. They're going to wave Whitman around from second to throw. Comes in off target, and Whitman scores standing up. And now the ball gets away from the catcher. Stotts move everybody up an extra base. The tying run at third. Mahalik with an RBI single. It's 4-3, the Marian lead. Back-to-back hits, Mahalik. The run will be charged to the starter, Gilliam. And now the Trojans will run away from tying it. Inside, backdoor breaking ball, nicely thrown by McPherson, but just off target. 4-1, as that one had some late action coming back in on the inner half to the righty, T. Wilson. 3 straight singles to start this inning off. 1 run has come home. Inside again, back to the late action goes McPherson, but again, it just cannot dart in on the inside part of that plate, and it's 2-0. Taylor dugout the loudest it's been here in Game 2. Third one to Wilson. Low at the knees, but it catches the outside corner and the bottom of the kneecaps for strike 1. Whitman started the inning off with a single. Kanai with a bloop single. Mahalik singles to left. Scoring Whitman, then advances to second on the throw. Wilson goes after one on the outside corner. She'll chop it down, foul, 2-2. Still nobody out as Taylor has figured things out. They went into the first 4 innings with no runs and just 1 hit and only 1 base runner. They've accounted for 3 runs and 7 hits so far between the 5th and with nobody out here in the 6th. 2-2 to Wilson. She'll stay alive with a foul ball off the end of the bat to the right. And it's 3 straight hits for Taylor to start things off here in the 6th. As they try to salvage a doubleheader split after having multiple opportunities to win the game in walk-off fashion in Game 1 against number 6 Marian that went 11. We're at the bottom of the 6th here of Game 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Taylor Wilson. The go-ahead runs on the places right now. Wilson sits on an inside offering and pulls it to the left off speed. Still 2-2. Good battle here for Taylor Wilson. She went 2 for 4 in the opener. Flew out to right her first time up here in Game 2 and laid a sacrifice bunt down that got the first run home, or set the stage for the first run to come home in the 5th. Taylor down 4-3. The tying run at third. The go-ahead run is at second. Wilson's fouled off the last 2 pitches after the count maneuvered to 2-2. McPherson, the reliever, in. Wilson right back up the middle. That'll tie the game at 4. They will hold Mahalik up at third. Wilson with a big round from first, with a 5th-year senior comes in clutch and ties the game at 4. And there's still nobody out here in the home half of the 6th. You wondered how Taylor might respond after seeing all of those opportunities come up empty in Game 1. It was a slow start, but the innings 5th and 6th have been money for the Trojans. And now, here's Maddie Evans. First one, hard hit. This will give Taylor the lead. Blistered it right past Phillips at third. And after Evans had 15 punch-outs in Game 1, she gets her 2nd straight RBI hit here. It's 5 unanswered for the Trojans, and Scott Fleming will call time for the 3rd time in the last 2 innings. Out goes McPherson, and coming back in will be Gilliam. This is an interesting move. Gilliam exited for 3 batters here in the inning, and everything just kept rolling along for the Trojans. 5 straight hits to start the 6th. Gilliam left, and now she's back, and Taylor leads 5-4. Neat.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
This 6th inning has been awesome for Taylor. The starter, Jayla Gilliam, back in after being subbed out earlier in this inning. Sitting on 1, poking it to the left side, might be 2. They get the out of second, on to first. Legging it out is Grimm. She's safe. Marian hates that call to our right, but it's 1st and 3rd for the Trojans, 1 gone, and the first batter retired here in the inning. And it was narrowly close to being a double play. It'll be Katie Suits pitch hitting here for Lexia Bruzzo in the 9 spot. The first 5 batters all reached base safely for Taylor. And then a fielder's choice there. The first 2 against Gilliam. The next 3 squared off with McPherson with no outs. Gilliam comes back in here. And it'll be Katie Suits pinch hitting here for Lexia Bruzzo in the 9 spot. 1 gone. Taylor has taken the lead at 5-4. As the runners on the bases here, Wilson will be charged to McPherson, and Grimm at first is the responsibility of Gilliam, who's back in. First one to Suits, try to hit it to the moon. That was right in 20's wheelhouse and just missed it by a hair. Katie 1 for 4 in her senior season with a walk and a strikeout. Runners are the corners. Taylor trying to find some insurance here as they've scored 5 unanswered, 3 here in the 6th. They lead number 6 Marian 5-4. A strike to Suits. Sits on a rise ball that sails up high at the eyes, 1-1. Abruzzo was 1 for 2 out of this spot. So Gilliam faced the first two batters of the inning. They were Whitman and McKenna. They singled. She left. McPherson came in, gave in a single, a single, and a single. 3 runs came home. Suits sits on one at the belt, taken for a strike, 1-2. And now Gilliam back in the circle. Had a fielder's choice. They got Grimm to first. They got the force out at second. Wilson, the insurance run, standing at third with Taylor leading 5-4 in the bottom of the 6th with 1 run. Trying to salvage a doubleheader split after watching the Game 1 win slip through their fingers. 1-2. Suits off the end of the bat. Foul territory, right side, snagged by Norman for out number 2, who's had an active over defensively at first today. So 2 outs. And Emma West, who's been a thorn in Marian pitcher's side today, will try to keep the streak rolling here to try to get in another insurance run here. And they're going to intentionally walk Emma West to load them up. They want to face Kara Tucker again, does Marian. It'll be the second time that we've seen West get intentionally walked here in the doubleheader. But again, unlike in baseball, where you can just wave the runner down, you got to throw the 4 pitches here. So there's the first one to West. It seems routine, but I'm sure that thing is just nerve-wracking as all get out. You have to throw 4 pitches away to do something you don't normally train yourself to do. 5 unanswered for Taylor, 2 in the 5th, 3 here in the 6th. They've come from being down 4-0 with 1 hit and no runs in the first 4 innings. They've now tacked on 5 runs, 9 hits in the last 2. And that'll be ball 4 to West. They will load up the bases. And they want to force out at any base. And it'll bring up Kara Tucker. She's the 9th batter of the inning for Taylor. Huge spot here for the senior second baseman. Riles pinch hit for her. Last inning struck out. Bases full of her teammates here in the 6th. Taylor on top 5-4. Tucker rips it and it's going to add insurance. That sends Gudakoots coming apart at the seams. 2 runs home for Kara Tucker. It's a 7-4 Taylor lead here with 2 gone in the 6th. First pitch rip from Tucker. Wilson scores. That's the property of McPherson. And then scoring from second is Grimm. That goes on the starter, Gilliam. And oh, by the way, a runner at second with the wheels and West. Now here's Whitman, who led this inning off. First pitch, she tried to hit that one to the moon. And if that thing would have gone out of here, they would have torn this place apart. Instead, it's a calm strike number 1. Whitman singled and scored against Gilliam to start the 6th inning off. She's now the 10th batter here in the inning. As Taylor's turned the game on us here in the last 2 innings. An inside pitch hits the inside corner, and it's down 0-2 to Whitman. And the Taylor fans voiced their displeasure to the home plate umpires. Got an earful from both teams here in the last 2 innings or so. 7-4 Taylor lead, 5 coming in the bottom of the 6th. 0-2. Whitman watched that one sail wide, not able to get it clean. Stops down to third goes West. She snags the back corner of the bag, and she's a hit away from making it an 8-4 Taylor lead. Stolen base number 17 for West this season. One ball and 2 strikes. For Ashton Whitman, the Taylor catcher. The pitch inside. This one might have hit her in the knees, and for the 3rd time, Whitman almost hit Kenai, who was on deck. Remember, they did this little dance where Whitman hit Kenai twice on the on-deck circle against Grace. That one had a lot more pace than those 2 last week. Still 1-2 to Whitman. West at third, Tucker at first. Whitman into the air. This should be easy work for Marian. Coming in is Herren from center. But Tucker with a clutch 2 RBI single pushes the Taylor lead to 7-4. The Trojans 3 outs away from salvaging a doubleheader split with the number 6 team in the country.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
2, 3, and 4 up for Marian in the top of the 7th. Can they get some more late inning heroics? And they'll send the Crossroads League Player of the Week, Cassidy Cato, to lead it off against Cassie Lewis. Fastball in low for a ball. If you're just joining us, where have you been? You missed a ton. Taylor scored 7 unanswered, 5 in the bottom of the 6th, and the majority of those coming with 2 outs to turn a 4-0 hole into a 7-4 lead. Second pitch lifted into center field. 3 players converge. It'll be Tucker to make the catch in shallow center. 1 up, 1 down here in the 7th. As Taylor had multiple chances in game 1 to win the opener, they lost 1-0 in 11. And they trailed 4-0 after Marian tacked on 3 runs in the 3rd. Taylor had 1 hit and no runs through 4. Then explode for 7 runs and 10 hits in the 5th and 6th innings. They've taken a 4-0 lead and turned it into a 4-0 deficit and turned it into a 7-4 lead. This pro-Taylor crowd has been great in getting behind the young ladies tonight, wearing white with the purple pinstripes. A strike to Stott, second one, liner up the middle, and a 1-out single here for Marian as they trail by 3 here in the 7th, down to the last 2 outs of the night. Just the second hit that Lewis has allowed since coming in to start things off in the 5th. Will there be a pinch runner or a pitch hitter? It's Stott standing at first. The batter will be the same in Hyatt. And so Hyatt will re-enter here for Landis, who is the pinch runner. That's what the substitution is. With Hyatt being the DP, Landis pinch ran for her back in the 5th, so we did not see Hyatt until right here. Hyatt's had a good night at the dish here in game 2, 1 for 2 with a walk and a single. 3-run hole for Marian, 1 out top of the 7th. Hyatt at the letters takes it for a strike on the outside half. And the Marian fans unhappy with that strike call, but again, like we talked about in the bottom of the 6th, both fan bases have been unhappy with the strike zone here in game 2. So that probably means it's pretty fair if both teams are unhappy about it. A strike? How about 2 on a swing and a miss on a blistering fastball that had smoke coming off of it from the right hand of Lewis. 7-4, the Marian hole. They try to avoid splitting their 2nd straight doubleheader after splitting with Mount Vernon Nazarene Saturday. Taylor trying to get their biggest win of the season so far. 0-2. Outside corner, Whitman tried to bring it back across. It just missed by a ball width. Oh, it's strike 3. There was no signal. Hyatt hung out there. She went to the dugout. And now the Marian fans screaming. 2nd out of the inning on a looking strike. First strikeout for Lewis. We didn't hear anything because the fans went nuts. It looked like it went to the outside corner, and Hyatt down on strikes for the 4th time in the doubleheader. And now here's Norman. First pitch, and she'll lift this one foul. Out of play to the right. We didn't even hear the strikeout call from our home plate umpire, Tracy Faker. And we looked to the Taylor dugout. They were perplexed, and we looked back, and Hyatt was jogging back to the dugout. So 2 outs, Marian down to their last out. Floating it in is Lewis, up high, just missing upstairs. And a late call makes it 0-2. And that is sending the Marian fans into hysterics across from us. So Norman down to her last out, or last strike, the 0-2. Outside corner, she'll swing and miss, and the Trojans come back and erase a 4-0 deficit. They knock off number 6 Marian 7-4 as Lewis is mobbed by her coach Erin Bellinger and her teammates. After losing game 1, the Trojans split the doubleheader, coming back to beat number 6 Marian 7-4 here in the nightcap. We're going to have a fun Ivanhoe's postgame show, I can tell you that, next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965 when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 5 different levels of membership for you to choose from. You can join for as low as $150, all the way up to the Trojan MVP level for $1,500. Each level receives premiums, complimentary season tickets, as well as gifts from the athletic department. Members also receive special recognition during halftime of the annuals. In recent years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-5311 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes. Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body, and its favorite place to be is home. Marian General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH, from our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
The decision you're making is about so much more than where you'll spend the next 4 years. It's about how you'll live the next 40. So let me break down the Taylor University experience. We integrate faith and learning to become well-rounded, lifelong learners, while delivering a deeper knowledge of our specific areas of study. Whether you're producing award-winning films, building satellites for NASA, or preparing for a national ethics debate, Taylor will push you to excel in your field. But excellence isn't always about having the right answers. Sometimes it's about asking the right questions. Taylor is interdenominational. That means we can't always fall back on specific church doctrine to settle issues. We rely on scripture and the dynamic nature of iron sharpening iron to better know the God who's not afraid of our question. Much of this happens in the small town of Upland, Indiana, the place where Taylor does life together. But don't let this small town fool you. The schedule is packed with things to do, and through these activities, faculty, staff, and students become more than individuals occupying the same address. They become a community. But this community isn't limited to the campus. We travel, boy do we travel. We are ranked as one of the top 10 schools in the country for overseas experiences. But it isn't just about the going. It's about the sharing of those experiences and being challenged by those who come to Upland as their international experience. Taylor is one of a few Christian colleges that expects all students to have a relationship with Jesus Christ. Now, this doesn't mean Taylor is a Christian Disneyland full of cardboard cutout perfection. Taylor is full of real people with real problems, and living together can get kind of messy. But in that mess, we take Jesus' call from John 13 seriously. We practice picking up our towel and dealing with the mess in each other's lives. We're not here just to follow the rules for 4 years. Instead, we hope to learn to live authentic lives, calling each other to lives of meaning. Every day, our focus remains on the 40, not just the 4. We'd love to show you more about Taylor. Come visit, sit in on a class, go to chapel, spend a night in a residence hall. Experience the difference for yourself.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
We are back here at Gudekunst Field. The legend Barry Ely down there raking up the dirt around home plate. We're joined by the head coach, Aaron Bellinger. First question, what's it like to have Barry Ely as an assistant coach? It's got to be pretty fun, right?
Always fun. He's the best. Always have good things to say about him.
His daughter was a pretty good softball player. She's above average.
Yeah, I would say. I wish I got to be here to coach her, but.
Well, she's always overlooking us because she's on this giant like mural thing behind us. She had a lot of bombs, I can tell you that much.
A couple.
Listen, one or two.
She did come and speak to the team a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, what was that like?
Oh, it was great to be able to hear from her, and a player who's played here and been successful, and for her to be able to speak into our team was a really good experience for our girls, and it's hopefully someone they can reach out to when they need some advice or anything like that.
She's had a fine post-college career as an athletic trainer up in the Fort Wayne area. Lauren also the all-time career home runs leader and also the single-season home runs leader as well. We're joined by Aaron Belger, Ivanhoe's post-game show. Trojans come back from a 4-0 hole after 4 innings when they had just 1 hit. They explode for 7 unanswered, 2 in the 5th, 5 in the 6th to salvage a doubleheader split with number 6 Marian here today. What did you tell your team heading into that 5th inning when everything seemed to be going your way there and against you in Game 2?
Was that when it was?
That was when you were down 4-0 in the bottom of the 5th. Mahalik led it off with a single, and then it was sack bunt, Evans RBI double, Grimm RBI single, 2 on the board, and away we go.
I just told him to give me some.
Well, they did that. Check.
I told him to give me some and to chip away a little bit at the lead, and after that inning we were able to cut it in half. So it makes it a lot more manageable when you're going into those last 2 innings to be able to cut that lead in half. And yeah, I don't really talk to the girls too much during the games. I just tell them it's just little things. Give me some. I need a couple more. I'm just always asking for things. So thankfully they answered and gave me a couple. So gave me more than a couple.
Well, you asked for a ton. Must have been in that 6th inning, right?
Yeah.
As Jack Lewis takes the old gator around here as you're up here talking to us. He's been such a key cog in your guys hitting, and that showed here. You guys get 5 runs on 7 hits in the 6th inning. You bat around. When's the last time that someone batted around against Marian? That would be something to dig back and find. But you guys put 10 to the plate in the 6th. You take that 4-0 hole. The first 5 batters of the inning, Aaron, all reach base safely, including the 6th, who reached on a fielder's choice. So you get all of these runs. The starter, Gilliam, leaves. McPherson comes in. Then McPherson leaves. Gilliam comes back in. And it was no changes. Hits just kept. It was a hit parade there in that 6th, right?
And it was so much fun. The girls, hitting's contagious. So one girl gets a hit, and, it was just so contagious throughout that inning. And, it seemed like it didn't matter who they put in there, that they were seeing the ball so well, and they, were making the adjustments at the plate that they needed. And so for them to make those adjustments, make the changes, and they were hitting the ball really well. And it wasn't just, little dink hits here and there. It was gap to gap, and double after double. So that was fun. That was a lot of fun.
And then Cassie Lewis comes in and slams the door, only allowed 1 base runner there in the 7th. When she came in about the midway point, I thought she pitched pretty well there in the top of the 11th as well in Game 1. She got the first 2 outs there, and then a couple of hits pushed the only run across. But then she comes in and was just a gamer.
Yeah,
there coming in there in the last 4 innings, and then I think you almost tackled her when the game got done.
I was so proud of her.
You need her for Friday and Saturday. Don't tackle her.
She got a couple days rest.
She'll be fine. Yeah.
She'll be all right. Because she struggled a little bit after that first game. She felt like that was on her for giving up a couple hits and giving the run. But I tried to tell her that it's not just that 1 inning. We had so many opportunities. What'd you say? 11 base runners we left on that first game, and so it's hard for her to think that. Or it's easy for her to think that was on her and that loss was on her, but it wasn't, because we had so many opportunities before that when we had runners in scoring positions and we just couldn't get them in. And so I had talked to her after the game, and tried to cheer up a little bit, because I knew that we were going to, have to use her in this second game, so I needed her to have that confidence and have that energy, and she did, and that shows like her character. To be able to come back after that loss, that defeating loss, for her to come back and absolutely pitch lights out here was awesome. In that last inning, she had, when she gets going, she's near unstoppable, and she had the momentum, and she was so excited, and again, she was having fun. It's all, it's a lot about having fun, and that's what the girls did today, and I was so proud of them.
You could tell. I know all the girls now wear the protective masks, and rightfully so. Mm-hmm. But she has such a big smile, and there were a couple times where you knew that she was feeling it, because she missed her spot and she thought it was going to be a strike and it was a ball, and she still smiled, and then
she's just laughing.
Then she kind of laughed it off, and then she just kept bringing smoke.
Yeah.
And then it was just bam, 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 and just kept, and that smile kept getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
And then it was great because she just glares at Ashton on that last out, just stared her down, and then, everybody, piled on top of her and tackled her and everything.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
But, I mean, she could tell generally she was having fun. I thought the crowd today was great. I thought the girls fed off of them really well, even though some guys down in the front row had to get a warning. We won't say who they are.
Did they?
Yeah, they got warned. I don't think the umpire realized that the microphone was right there because she turned around real quick and she got a mom voice, and they got mom told. They're like that is enough. And I was like, oh boy.
Oh my gosh.
So the boys down there, again, we will not name any names.
We appreciate them though.
We do.
We love the love.
We will protect the innocent, but they were warned. But I mean, I thought Cassie fed off the crowd.
She does.
She fed off the crowd beautifully, and they just kind of willed her there those
Yeah.
last couple innings, and it was like I said, she's an unstoppable force.
Yeah, she fed. I mean, the crowd. It's again her energy. Like if she just gets going, she's so good, and she fed off the crowd. And even with the girls in the dugout, because we had that great inning before she went in, and I think she was in the dugout with Ashton's catcher's gear, and she was tossing it up in the air and throwing it up in the air, and so it's just that type of energy that we look for, and is so key to our success. Sometimes it's just I stress to the girls all the time, just have fun, and they were these last couple innings, thankfully.
You look at Taylor Wilson, who's walking off with her family here. She comes in with a big RBI single there in that sixth. These are the moments that she came back for one more go around, right?
It sure is. And she struggled a little bit lately. She got going at Goshen last Saturday, but she struggled a little bit. But I mean, just keep the faith in her, and she came through today. She was jacked. She was pumped. So for her to be able to come in, for these moments that she lives for this stuff. So for her to be able to come in and get those hits is awesome.
How important was this win when you combine how Game 1 ended and how far you guys got behind in Game 2? I mean, I don't want to put a lot of pressure on a game that comes on March 30th.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was huge. But I'll just say it could be a season definer for you, could it not? Because I mean, it gives them that belief that we are never out of any game that we are in.
For sure. I mean, it gives them...
Not them. Obviously not me, because I'm up here wearing a collared shirt and sitting in a booth that's temperature controlled.
Yeah. But, I mean, for them to know that they can go toe-to-toe, with top teams in this country. And, I mean, I didn't think defensively, up in, those first couple innings in the second game were rough. But, I mean, in that first game, we were right there with them the entire time, and so we like to, I tell the girls, like, don't think about ratings and stuff like that. Like, you can go toe-to-toe with these girls, and, and they did. And even in that second game, to come back and get all of those runs is, when you're down 4-0 to the number 6 team in the country, to be able to come back and score 7 unanswered runs, again, they're just like, that's the team that we've been wanting to come out, that we've been wanting to show, in our pitching, and our hitting finally started to come together. It was just, we had streaky hits, and we just didn't have those timely hits in the first game. And so, yeah, that was pretty big. That was fun.
Good way to kick off the old 6-game homestand here this week to end March and begin April.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, you want to say hi to your people before we let you go?
Hi, Mom and Dad. Hi, Bennett and Carter.
And I'll make sure we don't go to commercial. You want to go down there and wave at them.
I probably won't even watch, but sure, I'll go down. I'll go down and wave.
It is saved on YouTube forever.
I did send it to them.
That's good.
Think.
You better.
I told them I would.
Hey, I'm just trying to help you out with the fan, man.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Rick.
Good job.
Thanks.
That is Erin Bellinger, the third-year head coach for the Trojans, her 4th season overall here at Taylor. She will go down and wave hello to the folks and say hello to her people as well. Game 1. Marian wins in 11-1-0. They had 8 hits. The Knights did 2 errors, 11 left. The Trojans, no runs in Game 1, 6 hits, no errors, 11 left stranded. In Game 2, Marian had 4 hits, 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors, 7 left on. Taylor had 7 runs, 11 hits, 3 errors, and 5 left stranded. Taylor got down 4-0 after the first 3 innings. They had just 1 hit and no runs after being retired in order. In the 4th, the Trojans then came back with an RBI double from Evans and an RBI single from Grimm to bring it to 4-2. The top half of the 5th inning is where we saw Cassie Lewis for the first time. Tonight, Cassie allowed just 3 base runners in total, 2 hits and a walk, including a couple of strikeouts to end the game in the 7th. But Taylor turned the game on its ear in the bottom half of the 6th inning with the first 5 batters all reaching base safely, 5 straight singles. Whitman, Kanai. Then Gilliam left, McPherson came in, RBI single Mahalik, RBI single Wilson, RBI single Evans. That drove in 4 runs in that inning, or drove in a couple of runs in that inning. with Evans driving in one and everyone else bringing runs as well. Grimm got a fielder's choice to kind of set things up. Got the first out of the inning. Popped out by Suits on a pinch hit opportunity for 2 outs. They intentionally walked Emma West to get to Kara Tucker, did Marian, and Tucker was not happy about that. Stepped in and ripped a missile to left field for a 2 RBI single that gave Taylor a 7-4 lead as Ashton Whitman would come around to bat around as Taylor put 10 to the plate in the 6th. Marian would get 1 runner on in the 7th, but it was back-to-back strikeouts, looking and swinging from Cassie Lewis to get her 3rd win of the year. The Trojans improve to now 20-8 on the year, 8-4 in the Crossroads League. Marian falls to 21-7, 10-2 in league action as the number 6 Knights now split their last 2 doubleheaders. Special thanks to Emily Daniels, our on-site producer. The executive producer of the Trojan Sports Network is Cameron Andrew. Taylor back here on Friday when they take on Mount Vernon Nazarene. First pitch is set for 4 o'clock. Then they're back here against Bethel on Saturday with a 3 o'clock start time. Taylor salvages a doubleheader split with number 6 Marian after falling in Game 1 in 11-1-0. They win in comeback fashion, scoring 7 unanswered runs between the 5th and 6th innings to defeat number 6 Marian 7-4 tonight to split the doubleheader. This has been a presentation of Taylor Softball on the Trojan Sports Network. Until we talk to you again, we say goodnight from Upland, Indiana.